Chapter 2266. Yi Xian's leveling speed was even more terrifying. When they saw Yi Xian's sudden burst of power, they understood that they were no match for Yi Xian, so they quickly ordered the Lin family head to leave. 135794. 6810 GGGGGD. The Lin family head naturally understood this, but the Godslayer was right in front of him. How could it be so easy to leave? When a loyal servant saw that the Lin family head could not escape, he could only charge at the Godslayer with all his might. Wei Jintian controlled the God-slaying sword. Originally, he was prepared to kill the Lin family head. However, because of that guy's interference, he failed in the end. When the God-slaying sword killed the troublemaker, the Lin family head had successfully escaped. You want to escape? Your Lin family has provoked me, and not just once or twice. You think you can leave so easily? How can there be such a good thing? Yi Xian's figure moved as he directly chased after the Lin family's patriarch. At this time, many people in Huiwa City already knew what was going on, but when they heard that the Lin family was behind this, no one dared to say anything. They could only hide as far away as possible. However, just as these people were wondering what the Lin clan was going to do, they saw the Lin clan's clan head running away pathetically. Everyone was flabbergasted, not understanding why the Lin family head was in such a sorry state. This was the Lin family head, one of the 4 most powerful people in Huiwa City. Who would have thought that he would be in such a sorry state one day? Not long after, they saw Yi Xian chasing after them with the Godslayer in hand. No, it wasn't just Yi Xian. There were hundreds of divine beasts following behind Yi Xian. These divine beasts were now Yi Xian's helpers. The divine beasts roared and charged through the streets. And their target was the Lin family's headquarters. It seems that the Lin family has provoked an extraordinary existence this time, someone said. At the same time, many people immediately fled. In their hearts, anyone who dared to go against the Lin family was definitely not an ordinary person, so they had no choice but to flee. In reality, the Lin family head had indeed received information. Information regarding Yi Xian's identity token. However, it was impossible for Yi Xian's identity medallion to dispel the Lin family's patriarch's thoughts. This was because his son had been killed by Yi Xian. However, it was a huge mistake for him to provoke Yi Xian. Yi Xian chased after them. However, other than escaping, the Lin family's patriarch didn't dare to resist at all. This was because Yi Xian's god-slaughtering sword had already caused him enough suffering. Just a single sword was enough to cause him to suffer, let alone Yi Xian himself. Therefore, he only wanted to return to his family as soon as possible. QWPM only by returning to the clan would he be able to use an even more powerful force to eliminate Yi Xian in one fell swoop. Suddenly, Yi Xian stopped chasing after the Lin family's head. Under the Lin family head's shocked and frightened gaze, Yi Xian actually retreated. The Lin family head did not know why Yi Xian did this, but he did not dare to stop. So why did Yi Xian stop? It was because Yi Xian could not hold on any longer. Damn it! Exchanging levels is indeed a source of trouble. At this moment, Yi Xian felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. That uncomfortable feeling forced him to stop chasing after them. Because he had used exchanging levels, Yi Xian had not recovered his strength yet. Now that he was forced to fight, he was unable to do so. After returning to his own manor, Yi Xian collected the interspatial rings of the Lin family servants and worshippers. Only the corpses were thrown outside the manor by Yi Xian. Hundreds of Lin family corpses were casually thrown outside, but no one dared to ask about them. Everyone was very suspicious of the manor's owner, but no one knew who he was. Although Yi Xian had been in the Radiant Moon sect for some time, he had not come into contact with many people. The Lin family had returned home in a state of shock, feeling extremely vexed. His desire to kill Yi Xian had become a demon-like existence. Therefore, as soon as he returned home, he immediately began to gather his strength. He needed to gather his strength and use his strongest strength to deal with Yi Xian. The Lin family actually had quite a few experts. Among them, there was one upper-level true immortal. This was the main reason why the Lin family had become one of the 4 great families of Huiwa City. Yi Xian's strength was much weaker. However, even though the Lin clan had a lot of experts, they were scattered all over the place, managing their own affairs. It was impossible to gather all of them with just a few words. In addition to the preparation time, there was no doubt that Yi Xian had another chance to recover. On this day, Yi Xian finally smiled in satisfaction. He had finally recovered his cultivation base to the mid-level grade 5 true immortal realm. Unfortunately, the 3 unlocked levels could not be recovered as quickly as they were now. He could only wait for the unlocked levels to be unlocked. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have been able to fuse with his bloodline. However, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He knew that the Lin family would definitely not let this matter rest. They would still come back. Therefore, Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately started to make arrangements. Although the resources they had obtained were not a lot, it was enough for Yi Xian to set up some restrictions and refine some divine talismans. This time, Yi Xian wanted to see how these D*Ned people would send themselves to their deaths. As Yi Xian leveled up, the number of resources and corpses he needed to devour increased as well. Furthermore, the requirements for quality had also increased. Although ordinary resources could also help Yi Xian level up, the amount of resources required would definitely be terrifying. Therefore, Yi Xian might as well use these few resources to set up restrictions. Furthermore, under the circumstances of the level seals, devouring would not increase one's level. Restrictions and divine talismans were extremely powerful when it came to increasing one's combat strength. As expected, the Lin family was already on full alert. As more and more powerful cultivators returned, the Lin family's movements became faster and faster. On this day, they finally charged towards Yi Xian once again. Yi Xian had been waiting for this day for a long time. Between him and the Lin family, either you die or I die. What's the matter, you stray dog? I spared your life last time. Do you want to die again this time? Yi Xian said calmly as he looked at the Lin family head. The Lin family's patriarch had no way of refuting Yi Xian's words. In fact, he was chased by Yi Xian to such a sorry state that day. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xian didn't know why he gave up chasing after her, she probably would have died long ago. What Yi Xian said was true. Don't be so smug, kid. This time, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. The Lin family head glared at Yi Xian with murderous intent in his eyes. Although he said this, he still hid behind the crowd. System, detect those people's strength. Chapter 2267. Almost all of them were true immortal realm experts. This was the full strength of the Lin family. They were indeed very strong, but unfortunately, they had encountered Yi Xian. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. Yi Xian had already used his eternal points the last time, but Yi Xian had not used the ancient talisman. Even though there were more than 30 true immortal realm experts and thousands of ordinary Lin family disciples here, Yi Xian still had not used it. Yi Xian was fully confident that he could kill them all. Of course, Yi Xian would not use the ancient talisman unless he had no other choice. It could be said that the ancient talisman was Yi Xian's last and greatest trump card. If he used it now, Yi Xian would really have no more trump cards left. What could he use to defend himself in the future? However, Yi Xian was already prepared. He would let these people have a taste of the combined power of seals and runes. Yi Xian was a Grandmaster level Restriction Master and a Grandmaster level Rune Master. He wasn't bragging about it. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to the Lin family's patriarch as he indifferently looked at the Lin family members. Finally, the Lin family head could not take it anymore. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him for me. The Lin family head ordered. QWPM in an instant, all the Lin family disciples rushed out. Yi Xian smirked. Since these people were in such a hurry to die, perhaps Yi Xian would grant them their wish. First layer of seals, attack. This time, all of the restrictions that Yi Xian had set up were offensive restrictions. Even by Yi Xian's own side, there weren't any defensive restrictions like the invincible restrictions. They were all offensive. Yi Xian had not prepared to defend himself from the start. He wanted to see if the Lin family could afford to wear him down. Following Yi Xian's order, the first layer of seals was fully activated. More than 300 seals triggered powerful attacks at the same time. These seals were all set up by Yi Xian. However, only 3 of the 300 seals were advanced seals. Fire dragons, earth monsters, water snakes, and all sorts of offensive techniques suddenly erupted. The entire entrance was in a state of chaos. Either the blinding light, or the dark auxiliary restrictions, disrupted the formation of the Lin family. Then, all kinds of offensive restrictions began to kill these people. In an instant, the Lin family's first wave of attacks had failed. At the same time, hundreds of corpses were left behind. How is this possible? The Lin family patriarch was shocked. One had to know that the last time they came over, although Yi Xian had also activated a restriction attack, it was far from being as powerful as this time. Could Yi Xian have made another breakthrough in such a short time? No, Yi Xian had not made a breakthrough. He had only regained his strength. Continue to kill. Whoever can kill that guy, no matter who it is, I will make him the deputy family head. Deputy family head. As soon as he said this, the entire Lin family went crazy. Their young master was already dead. To put it bluntly, whoever became the deputy family head would have a chance to become the family head in the future. Who would not go crazy? Who would be able to remain calm in this situation? The frenzied attacks began again. However, what greeted them was still an overwhelming array of seal attacks. No matter how many people came, they would only become cannon fodder under the seal attacks. However, no matter how many seals there would come a time when they would be exhausted. Finally, after the last seal was destroyed by the Lin family, they could finally attack Yi Xian head-on. However, was that really the case? Yi Xian raised his hand and countless divine beasts appeared. If they were not the 1,000 beast sword servants and the divine flower sword servants, what else could they be? The divine beasts roared and rushed forward. Once again, they formed a circle of defense in front of Yi Xian, blocking the Lin family's attacks. As for Yi Xian himself, he directly took out one divine talisman after another from behind the divine beast. They were either lightning or thunder. As Yi Xian continued to attack, the Lin family disciples fell one by one. Even the most powerful Lin family cultivators were injured or killed. Who exactly was he? Why did he have such terrifying offensive power? The Lin family head regretted it. Yes, this time, he really regretted it. How could he not regret seeing his own family members being killed one by one? However, what was the use of regret? No, it was useless. Since he had started this war, he could only persevere. Even if he let Yi Xian go, Yi Xian would never let him go. The battle continued. Yi Xian collected the yin and yang rings of those who died in battle. On one hand, he made the system refine talismans and seals, while on the other hand, he launched wave after wave of attacks against the Lin family. Slowly, the advantage shifted to Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian was no longer just defending and counterattacking. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. After all, as time passed, the Lin family disciples died in large numbers. This filled the hearts of the remaining people with fear. The person in front of them was like an existence that could not be defeated. No matter how strong they were, they could not break through. Instead, they could only leave more corpses behind. Those powerful restrictions and divine talismans made the Lin family suffer a lot. It's time to end this. Suddenly, Yi Xian's voice sounded. No one knew what he was saying. At least, the Lin family did not know. However, when Yi Xian displayed his next move, they knew. Oh no, it's a master-level seal. Run. Yes, Yi Xian had been accumulating power all this time. This Heavenly Lightning 9 locks restriction was Yi Xian's final trump card. The Lin family realized it, but it was too late. With a casual wave of Yi Xian's hand, the Heavenly Lightning 9 locks restriction appeared directly above the Lin family's heads. Many of the Lin family members died in confusion. Seals, especially high-level ones, were supposed to be fixed in one place. Why? Why could Yi Xian's restriction be activated according to Yi Xian's will? Rumble. Bolts of heavenly lightning fell from the sky. Was heavenly lightning strong? Not at all. Many people knew how to use heavenly lightning as a means of attack. However, when the heavenly lightning was concentrated, it was divine lightning. Even a deity would not be able to withstand the attack of divine lightning. Wails rang out continuously. The Lin family members fell one by one. They begged Yi Xian to let them go. However, how could Yi Xian let them go? If Yi Xian's strength was average, and he was the one trapped this time, would the Lin family be kind enough to let him go? Impossible, right? The Lin family might immediately let Yi Xian die, right? Therefore, Yi Xian was the same. He could not let these people go. Was it just the Heavenly Lightning 9 locks? Impossible. Yi Xian had prepared many other means of attack. Finally, when everything calmed down, the crowd realized that the Lin family had been wiped out. Yes, almost all of the Lin family's elites had died at the hands of one person. As for those who remained, how could they be a match for Yi Xian? Chapter 2268. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, even so, no one dared to attack the Lin family. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. After all, the Lin family was Yi Xian's spoils of war. Yi Xian did not hesitate. After killing the Lin family members and taking their Qian Kun rings, he headed straight for the Lin family's headquarters. It was time for him to reap his harvest. Unfortunately, ordinary people would not attack the Lin family, but that did not mean that the other 3 families would not. After learning that the Lin family had been destroyed, they had already arrived at the Lin family. Their plan was simple, to divide the Lin family's wealth. When Yi Xian arrived, he only saw that the Lin family was surrounded tightly. D***mn it, how dare they steal from me? Are they tired of living? Yi Xian was frustrated when he saw those people trying to take advantage of him. However, Yi Xian could not do anything. After all, they were from the other 3 families. Could he just let them go like this? Yi Xian could not accept this. If he gave up this opportunity so slowly, then what was the point of Yi Xian fighting so hard? Hence, Yi Xian could not give up. He would not give up. The problem was, what should he do now? Should he force his way in? If Yi Xian had the help of the restriction and the divine talisman, he might be able to fight against a high-grade true god. However, he could not do it with his own strength. Yi Xian frowned. These D***mn people, how dare they take advantage of Yi Xian? They were courting death. He activated the hidden ability of the wings of the gods. Yi Xian was not willing to give up. QWPM. Although there were people from the other three families guarding this place, they had only just arrived. Perhaps they had not discovered the Lin family's secret vault in time. In this way, Yi Xian had a chance. Yi Xian's figure shuttled back and forth quickly. No one noticed his movements. After all, the concealment ability of the wings of the gods was very strong. Therefore, it was impossible for the enemy to discover Yi Xian. The Lin family was one of the four great families of Huiyue City, so how could their headquarters be small? Damn it, where is the Lin family's secret vault? In the main hall of the Lin family, the remaining members of the Lin family were all gathered together and continuously interrogated. Unfortunately, these people did not know anything at all. If you don't want to say it, then don't blame us for being impolite. The three great clans were extremely vexed. When they found out that the Lin clan's forces had been destroyed, they joined forces and surrounded the Lin clan, preparing to divide up the Lin clan. However, when they entered, they discovered that the Lin clan's treasury was not something that could be found easily. Even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, they still could not find anything. After listening from afar for a while, Yi Xian was certain that the secret vault had not been discovered. At this moment, Yi Xian was somewhat regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have used the Heavenly Thunder restriction spell to kill the Lin family patriarch. He should have planned to obtain the location of the secret vault first. Now, Yi Xian did not have the slightest clue. Suddenly, Yi Xian noticed 2 people sneaking around and carefully walking towards a certain direction. For some reason, Yi Xian felt that the 2 people were a little strange. Therefore, his figure flashed and he directly appeared behind them. The 2 people did not notice that Yi Xian was behind them at all. At this moment, they were whispering to each other. "Sister, let's run quickly. The patriarch and the others have all been killed. If we continue to stay here, we will definitely die." "I know, little brother. However, before we leave, we have to leave a way out for our own future. Father is a guard of the secret vault, so he took me to the vault before. I know where it is and how to open it. We only need to take a small part of the things inside, and we will be able to live a peaceful life for the rest of our lives. But, sister, it's too risky. Although the 2 of us are servants of the lowest rank, so the 3 great clans do not care about us now, they will remember us sooner or later. No, brother, this is our last chance. Otherwise, with our cultivation, we may only die if we go out. Since the heavens have given us this opportunity, it is our great opportunity. If we don't cherish it, then I will definitely regret it in the future." When Yi Xian heard this, how could he not understand? These 2 people were servants of the lowest rank in the Lin family. Without the detection of the system, Yi Xian could see that their cultivation was very low. Both of them were lesser gods, so it was no wonder that they did not attract attention. However, who would have thought that these 2 servants of the lowest rank would know the biggest secret? Yi Xian did not bat an eyelid and directly followed the 2 people. He wanted to use these 2 people to enter the secret vault. Soon, the 2 people arrived at a cliff. Yes, it was a cliff. This was the Lin family's back garden. It was not very big, just a few mountains and a valley. The people from the 3 great clans had already searched this place many times and used all kinds of methods, but to no avail. In addition, this was the Lin family's hinterland, so they did not pay much attention to it. However, at that moment, the siblings directly arrived at the cliff. Then, with a leap, they jumped off the cliff. Yi Xian quickly followed, but found that the cliff was bottomless. There was even lava flowing at the bottom. Could it be that the Lin family's treasure vault was hidden in the lava? Ding! System notification, detecting the presence of a high-level seal ahead. The system prompt solved Yi Xian's doubts. So that's how it is. There's actually a restriction here. Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly jumped down. Of course, he would not destroy the seal here. Perhaps when the experts from the three great clans arrived, they would be able to find some clues. However, before that, Yi Xian would have already left. The fall did not last long. Yes, it was a fall. When Yi Xian jumped down, he did not use any divine power to defend himself. This was because he knew that the high-level seal in front of him was not as simple as it seemed. Apart from being an illusion, this restriction was also able to sense the presence of divine power. Once the seal detected the fluctuation of divine power, it would immediately activate. Then, it was very likely that the secret vault under his feet would disappear. For a seal grandmaster, Yi Xian did not even need to use any detection to know. Indeed, just as Yi Xian thought, when he landed, he finally found a floating island. This floating island built under the cliff, hidden within the seal, and could be moved at any time, was actually the Lin family's secret vault. Of course, the Lin family's seal could not be said to be just a small thing. In fact, when Yi Xian landed, several puppets immediately surrounded him. Chapter 2269. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian did not dare to use his divine power. No one knew what kind of trouble it would cause. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. Therefore, he only used the God-Slayer to slash down. With the sharpness of the God-Slayer and Yi Xian's strong physique, these puppets were nothing to Yi Xian. In an instant, the puppets were killed. However, this also exposed a flaw of the wings of the gods. That was, he actually couldn't guard against the probing of puppets and the like. Puppets and the like generally relied on pure sensory power to detect their surroundings. In other words, the wings of the gods couldn't prevent sensory detection. Detection was usually done using one's eyes, divine consciousness, and perception. Perception was a pure instinct, and it was difficult to describe it with words. Yi Xian's sensory abilities had been strengthened by the sword servants of Thousand Search. That said, it was clear that those puppets were also refined using a special method. Unfortunately, their controllers were no longer around. Even if they discovered the enemy, it would be useless. Perhaps the fundamental use of these puppets was only for sensing. Yi Xian's figure moved as he continued to chase after them. He needed to find that pair of siblings and find the secret vault under their lead. Fortunately, the siblings' cultivation was limited and they were not advancing very quickly. In a short while, Yi Xian caught up with them. He saw that the sister was using some unknown method to open up a huge rock. Yes, this was a huge rock. No matter what method Yi Xian used, he could only see a rock. The Lin family's secret vault was hidden in a rock. Who would have thought that it was there? Following the sister's actions, a door appeared in the rock. Yi Xian did not hesitate and entered first. The cultivation of these two siblings was very low, so they weren't a threat to Yi Xian at all. Moreover, they could be considered to have helped Yi Xian, so Yi Xian naturally wouldn't stop them from obtaining some benefits. Of course, the lion's share would go to Yi Xian. There was only one level in the secret vault. That's right, the Lin family's secret vault was not like other places that had many levels. There was only one level. In this secret vault, there were all sorts of magical treasures, resources, and other things. Yi Xian did not hold back. Besides the item at the entrance, everything else that Yi Xian could see was taken into his devouring space. Yi Xian's speed of taking things was extremely fast. Therefore, the siblings only came over when Yi Xian was done. The elder sister looked at the empty treasury in astonishment. She didn't understand why it was like this. How could this be? Treasures. Why are all the treasures in this place? Sis, isn't there another one here? Let's get the things and leave quickly. Otherwise, if those people find us, we won't be able to leave. All right. Brother, you should hurry up too. Let's take these things and leave quickly. Yi Xian nodded as he looked at the siblings. It was rare that they were not greedy. Soon, the siblings also packed up their things and rushed outside. As for Yi Xian, he could have easily left, but he chose to stay behind and follow behind the siblings. Hey, there seems to be some movement up ahead. Let's go and take a look. After the siblings came up, Yi Xian heard someone say something in the distance. QWPM Yi Xian scanned the area with his divine telekinesis and knew that they were just two sky celestial ants. Of course, they were nothing to Yi Xian. However, if he found the siblings, they would definitely die. 6-syllable mantra, die. Yi Xian waved his hand and directly killed the two of them without even causing the slightest movement. The siblings had no idea that they had just walked out of the gates of hell. After that, Yi Xian secretly protected the siblings the entire time. As long as they were in danger, Yi Xian would kill them. Soon, the three of them successfully left the Lin family. The younger brother had a look of disbelief on his face the entire time they escaped. Sis, we escaped. We actually escaped. Huh, brother, let's go. We are no longer part of the Lin family. Father died in battle and mother was killed. Sooner or later, I will personally take revenge for these three damned families. Alright, sis, it's good enough that we managed to escape. What's the point of talking about revenge? Let's go. Yi Xian watched the two of them leave. He did not continue to follow them. Yi Xian was such a person. If anyone offended him, then even if they had to annihilate his entire family, Yi Xian would still do it. However, if anyone helped him, even if it was just an unintentional help, Yi Xian would still be willing to help. The siblings had pointed out the Lin family's secret vault for Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian might have been able to find it without them, Yi Xian had indeed received their help. Therefore, Yi Xian would give them a chance and escort them out of the Lin family alive. Yi Xian naturally could not stay in Huiwa City any longer. After leaving the city, Yi Xian took out his carriage and prepared to go to the Heavenly Spiral School to take a look. After all, more than a year had passed. Yi Xian still wanted to see if the Divine Talisman race had been bullied. Besides, unlocking the 3 sealed levels was not something that could be done in a day or two. The more sealed levels, the longer it would take to unlock them. In addition, if there was a sealed level, Yi Xian would not be able to continue leveling up. This could be considered a restriction on Yi Xian's use of level exchange. After all, level exchange could only be used in desperate situations. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous. Take the previous time, for example. Yi Xian had almost lost all of his godhood. This was an extremely dangerous matter. Before unlocking the levels, Yi Xian could not be bothered to check his gains. This was because even if Yi Xian checked the resources now, he would not be able to do anything. So, what was the use of checking? Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the Heavenly Spiral School. In any case, Yi Xian was also a disciple of the Heavenly Spiral School. Although he was only a disciple in name and had never stayed there for a day. However, it wouldn't be difficult for them to enter. However, when Yi Xian entered, he found that the entire Heavenly Spiral School was in an extremely tense atmosphere. Yi Xian frowned, not knowing what was going on. Yi Xian stopped someone and asked, "Senior brother, what's going on? Why is the school so tense?" That person looked at Yi Xian in confusion. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "I was on a mission some time ago and was delayed. I only returned today." "Oh, so that's the case. Junior brother, quickly go and prepare. The Kunlun realm is here to recruit disciples." Kunlun realm. Recruit disciples. Chapter 2270. No way, junior brother, you don't even know this. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. Yi Xian could only smile awkwardly. Seeing Yi Xian's reaction, the senior brother could only continue, sigh, I guess you're another cultivation maniac. Really, I don't know how a cultivation maniac like you doesn't even know about the Kunlun realm. The Kunlun realm is a super existence that surpasses the three great sections. It was founded by the Lord God, and is the highest existence in our Kunluo God domain. In other words, entering the Kunlun realm means that you have a chance to become an over-god. Of course, that is if you don't die. To become an over-god, one must master at least one law of power. I'm sure you don't know about this. Yi Xian really did know about this, but Yi Xian just didn't care about it. After all, the system allowed Yi Xian to directly devour the law of power to level up. Well, it's fine as long as you know about the law of power. Since you know about the law of power, then you should know that the law of power isn't something that can be obtained just because you want to. In the outside world, even if you have a great opportunity, it's impossible for you to directly touch the law of power. However, the Kunlun God domain is different. In the Kunlun God domain, the law of power is imprisoned in the Kunlun God domain. In other words, once you become a disciple of the Kunlun realm, you will be able to touch the law of power. Now, you understand. Yi Xian nodded. This time, he really understood. Yes, I understand. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian had just bid farewell to the senior brother when he heard the system notification. Ding! System notification. Host has discovered a random hidden quest. Join the Kunlun realm. Ding! Quest completion has no reward. Quest failure will result in 5 punishments. Why would there be a quest? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. One had to know that the system wouldn't randomly give out quests. Even if there were no rewards or punishments, there was a certain meaning to it. System, why did you suggest that I join the Kunlun realm? I don't think there's any need for me to join. Ding! System notification. The host possesses a physique of full law comprehension. When the host levels up, the system will only randomly unlock one law power for the host. Therefore, if the host wishes to obtain greater strength, the host will need to obtain more law power. So that's how it is. Indeed, Yi Xian was right. Once he leveled up to Chief God, the system would indeed give him a nomological power. However, this nomological power was random. And if Yi Xian wanted to obtain greater power, he had to discover nomological laws himself. Furthermore, he had a special constitution that allowed him to learn all nomological laws. If he did not actively discover nomological laws, it would be a waste. Could it be that this was the so-called opportunity? If Yi Xian had not come back this time, then he would not have known about the Kunlun realm accepting disciples. But he came back, so he knew. It seemed that this time, he had to register as well. Although Yi Xian did not want to be restricted by any forces, since the system had suggested that he go to the Kunlun realm to take a look, then it would be a waste if Yi Xian did not go. Yi Xian went directly to the registration office and registered without hesitation. However, because he registered very late, he would have to wait a long time before it was his turn. QWPM The Kunlun realm accepted disciples once every 30 years, and each time, it only accepted disciples from one sect. This way, it was actually equivalent to an opportunity that would only come once every 90 years. Every time the Kunlun realm accepted disciples, it was undoubtedly very grand. It was basically impossible to complete in less than a few months. Yi Xian did not know the extra details, but he was too lazy to care so much. In any case, when the time came, he would naturally know everything. At this time, Yi Xian's purpose was to find Fian and the others. However, when Yi Xian found Fian and the others, he realized that his worries were unnecessary. At this time, those people from the Divine Talisman race were doing much better than Yi Xian. Because they were from the Divine Talisman race, although Yi Xian did not allow them to reveal their identities, they did not hide their ability to refine divine talismans. Divine Talisman Master. This was an incomparably popular occupation anywhere. Thus, at that moment, those people already had countless followers gathered around them. With those followers around, how could they possibly have a hard time in their lives? It was the first time these 10 people had come to the outside world, so it could be said that they were rather innocent. It could be said that anyone could coax them into going around in circles. However, these 10 people all followed the same order. The order that Yi Xian gave them was that no matter what, they had to listen to Fei Yan. Therefore, although there were many rumors during this period of time, as long as Fei Yan said a word, no matter what the rumors were, they could only watch helplessly. It was also because of this that Fei Yan had undoubtedly become more popular than the 10 of them. Countless forces gathered their gazes on Fei Yan. Everyone understood that as long as they took down Fei Yan, it was equivalent to taking down those 10 divine talisman masters. In addition, Fei Yan's cultivation was only a low-level profound god now. Her disguise could be easily seen through. Therefore, her identity as a great beauty could no longer be hidden. If someone had not found out that this Fei Yan was actually from a master god clan, someone would probably have used force directly. At this time, Fei Yan was teaching those 10 divine talisman masters a lesson. Because these simple guys had almost revealed the secret of Yi Xian's existence just now. If Fei Yan had not arrived in time, something big would have happened. Of course, this was only Fei Yan's thoughts. In Fei Yan's heart, since Yi Xian said that he was not willing to stay in the sect and did not want others to know about him, then Yi Xian must have his own arrangements. And these guys had actually almost exposed Yi Xian. How could she not be angry? Therefore, in front of countless people, the 10 guys stood in a row as punishment. As for those followers, they only dared to watch from afar. Suddenly, a young god from the divine talisman race shouted, "Sister Fei Yan, look. What are you looking at? Stand properly for me." "No, Sister Fei Yan, look. Is that young master?" These guys also followed Fei Yan and began to call Yi Xian young master. Hearing this name, whether it was the others or Fei Yan, they immediately gathered their gazes over. To be precise, everyone's gazes were gathered in front. At this time, in front, a young man was leisurely walking towards them. His footsteps were so casual, but following his footsteps, one could clearly feel the shock and excitement of those 10 divine talisman masters and the sect's #1 beauty. "Young master, it's really young master." Fei Yan was very excited. Because of Yi Xian's order, she was kept in the sect. However, Fei Yan was actually more willing to follow by Yi Xian's side. "It's really young master." These 10 guys did not care so much and directly rushed towards Yi Xian. Chapter 2271. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Anyone with half a brain could tell that they were from the same faction. No matter what they did, they were always together. However, no one knew which faction they belonged to. 1357924. 6810 But today, the mystery was solved. "Quick, gather all our forces and find out who that guy is. Who is he? Tell me, who is he? You bunch of good-for-nothings, why haven't we heard anything about him yet? Interesting. Pass down the order to investigate this person. This young master wants to see who exactly he is." In an instant, countless people and factions began to investigate Yi Xian. However, they were destined to find nothing. In fact, before Yi Xian joined the sect, Her Highness had come to the sect to ask about him. After Yi Xian joined the Heavenly Jade sect, they did not dare to delay, so they immediately sent the news to the Over-God. Sure enough, the princess came. She disguised herself as an ordinary disciple and interacted with those people. After failing to find out Yi Xian's whereabouts, she left again. How could a kid who could attract the attention of Her Highness be simple? Therefore, the Heavenly Jade sect had already classified Yi Xian as top secret. Yi Xian did not know about this. Yi Xian had probably forgotten about the princess. "Girl, and you guys, how have you been? How have you been?" Yi Xian smiled as he looked at these people. He was extremely happy in his heart. They found a secluded place and Yi Xian chatted with them for a long time. Yi Xian was relieved to know that they were doing well. At the same time, Yi Xian told them that he was going to participate in the Kunlun realm selection. Of course, no one objected to Yi Xian's decision. In the following time, Yi Xian tried to speed up the sealing of the realms. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. The 3 realms that were sealed could only be slowly unsealed. This was the system seal, not something that could be activated by any treasure. In reality, it might not take much time to seal a single level. However, the higher the level of the seal, the more time it would take. Fortunately, Yi Xian had unlocked another level of seal after a dozen days. By now, Yi Xian's cultivation had already reached the level of a mid-grade true god. At the same time, Yi Xian received a notice that his first match was about to begin. Now, it was only the preliminary selection stage. Throughout the entire sect, 100 people would be selected to be the final direct selection of the Kunlun realm. Yi Xian didn't care about this at all. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that before he went on stage, he saw a person. It was a person that Yi Xian had never expected to see again. "You are Princess." Yi Xian looked at the princess and asked in surprise. "Why? Is it strange to see me?" At this time, the princess only had 2 attendants by her side. However, Yi Xian knew that these 2 attendants were probably incredibly strong. Yi Xian just couldn't understand why the princess would appear here. "You came to find me." "Humph, did you think I wanted to come?" "It's all because of Big Sis. You asked me several times, but it was like you disappeared. I couldn't find you at all." Yi Xian knew that God Lord Mimi had been entrusted by her master to take care of Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had always been very wary of the old man who had brought him to the Kunlun realm. At the same time, he was also somewhat wary of God Lord Mimi. However, it seemed that this God Lord Mimi didn't have any ill intentions towards him. QWPM of course, Yi Xian was only thinking about it. However, he didn't have any ill intentions. There was one thing that Yi Xian was sure of, and that was that it was impossible for him to have too much contact with the Master God clan. Since Overgod Mimi was willing to take care of Yi Xian because of the old man's words, then one day, she might also kill Yi Xian because of the old man's words. One must always be on guard against others. However, before such a situation occurred, Yi Xian was still willing to befriend Mimi and the princess. "Fine, it's my fault. But you must know that if I don't go out and temper myself, how can I get stronger? So, there are some things that can't be avoided. Who cares about that? Right, do you also want to join the Kunlun realm?" That's right. Why else would I come back? Fine, let's go. We can go together. We can enter directly in the name of the Overgod clan. At least you and I can enter directly. Yi Xian didn't know what the princess wanted to do, but he still refused. I appreciate your good intentions, but to me, this kind of battle opportunity is extremely rare. Only by continuously fighting can I improve my battle instincts. So, it's better for you to go, and I'll participate in the assessment myself. It's good if I pass, but even if I don't, it doesn't matter. Why are you so stubborn? Fine, this princess will also take the test with you. Yi Xian looked at the princess, not knowing what she wanted to do. Meanwhile, the conversation between Yi Xian and the princess fell into the eyes of countless people. There were those who were envious, those who were jealous, and even those who were hostile. There was only one overgod in the Kunlun realm, and that was me. The other overgods couldn't possibly be overgods. There was also only one princess, and that was the one in front of Yi Xian. So, there were many people who wanted to win the princess's favor. However, the noble princess wasn't someone ordinary people could come into contact with. However, Yi Xian was dressed ordinarily, and no one knew who he was before. How could they not be suspicious of him speaking so casually to the princess? At this moment, Yi Xian's first battle was about to begin. Yi Xian could only wait for the arena to begin. The arena was built using a special spatial ability. It could be said that although the arena didn't look very big on the surface, one would only discover that it was actually an arena mystic realm when they fought inside. No matter how crazy the battle between the two people inside was, it was impossible for the shockwaves to spread outside. Yi Xian's opponent was also a mid-level true god. The moment this person came up, he looked at Yi Xian with disdain and said arrogantly to Yi Xian, "Kid, I don't care who you are. If you get out of the arena immediately, you can suffer less. Otherwise, once I make a move, you can only crawl out of the arena." Yi Xian also looked at this guy. He didn't know where this guy got the guts to speak to Yi Xian like that. "I wanted to play with you, but it seems like there's no need for that." 6 syllables mantra, wound. Yes, this guy wanted to show off in front of Yi Xian because the princess was watching Yi Xian's arena, so why should Yi Xian give him a chance? One word. Just one word, and that guy knelt on the ground. Chapter 2272. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Everyone was shocked. They had not seen Yi Xian move at all, but Yi Xian's opponent had been defeated. He had been defeated so thoroughly, and so strangely. Those who did not have a good impression of Yi Xian immediately exclaimed that Yi Xian had cheated. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. However, when the sex elders came to investigate, they immediately announced that Yi Xian had won. Actually, the sex elders were also puzzled. They had not seen Yi Xian make a move either. They had just casually said a few words, and Yi Xian's opponent had been defeated. More importantly, when they went to investigate, they found that the opponent had been severely injured all over. Moreover, it was not self-inflicted, but external. Such a bizarre situation was unheard of even in the Heavenly Spiral sect. In the end, they could only conclude that Yi Xian had mastered a special mystique. Of course, they did not know what mystique it was. Yi Xian had won easily, using a method that no one could see. This undoubtedly made Yi Xian's reputation rise again. The son of one of the 10 great rune masters and the sect's #1 beauty. The princess had rushed over to cheer him on, and the mysterious person who could converse so casually. A super expert with a special mystique that could severely injure an opponent of the same level with a single word. No matter which one of these things it was, it would definitely be talked about for a long time. Moreover, all of these things were concentrated on one person. In the end, everyone could only come to one conclusion. Yi Xian was a genius, a monstrous genius. Yi Xian's subsequent opponents were not much of a challenge. Against such opponents, Yi Xian could not even be bothered to make a move. He would just use the mantra of the 6 suns to end the battle. Until one person appeared. Wow, it's really the 3rd young master of the Western Garrison aristocratic family, the one known as the Shadowless Sword, Guan Moyun. He's actually here too. Isn't that so? It is said that Guan Moyun has a special divine ability, and he walks the path of body refinement. His body is already strong to an unimaginable degree, and his special shadowless godly sword is even from an ancient secret treasure. Incomparably powerful. Yeah, it's said that he's a predetermined candidate for the selection this time. Coming to participate in the battle is merely a formality. I'm afraid this time, it's also because of the princess that they attacked that guy. Everyone was discussing fervently. Unfortunately, Yi Xian couldn't hear them. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. Who cared about the shadowless divine sword? Who cared about the ancient secret treasure? How could Yi Xian be afraid? Ding! System notification. Target is at Soldier Grade 6 Stage Upper True God Realm. Hearing the system notification, Yi Xian silently unsheathed the Godslayer. This opponent was no longer someone Yi Xian could easily deal with. Even if it was only the lowest rank, soldier rank. Moreover, this was an upper-level true immortal. This was an opponent that Yi Xian had to deal with carefully. QWPM there were battle restrictions. Apart from not being able to kill, no matter what kind of magical powers or treasures one possessed, one could use them. At this moment, the two of them stood still. Yi Xian heard the voice of that person. "Kid, I heard that you're very arrogant. I heard that you're very impressive. Today, I'm going to beat you up so badly that even your parents won't recognize you." This guy was talking to Yi Xian through voice transmission, while the other was politely gesturing to Yi Xian to make the first move. He signaled for Yi Xian to make the first move. Yi Xian frowned. He really didn't like this hypocritical guy. If he had said these words directly to Yi Xian's face, then Yi Xian might not have cared too much. However, he had used voice transmission techniques. In that case, he shouldn't blame Yi Xian for being ruthless. This time, Yi Xian was going to teach this guy an unforgettable lesson. He was going to make this hypocritical guy reveal his true colors. As for now, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He waved his hand. The Thousand Beasts Sword Servants and Blossom God Sword Servants appeared in front of Yi Xian. The moment they appeared, thousands of God-level mounts and hundreds of Blossom God Sword Servants appeared. Yi Xian didn't care about the mystique being exposed. After all, Yi Xian's mystique could be changed at any time. Moreover, Yi Xian only needed to unlock his tier to obtain a new bloodline. Naturally, there might be some changes to his current mystique. Seeing Yi Xian summon so many god-level beasts, many people started discussing. Wow, what kind of mystique is that? He can actually summon so many battle beasts. And they're not weak at all. Yes, for most people, the number of battle beasts they could summon was in the single digits. Having more than a dozen was already impressive. But Yi Xian could summon more than 1,000 in one go. This naturally shocked them. However, what shocked them was only the beginning. Suddenly, Yi Xian waved his hand, and large amounts of resources appeared in front of Yi Xian. At first, no one knew what Yi Xian was going to do. But Yi Xian's next move made everyone understand. Yi Xian was going to refine seals. No, not just seals, but also talismans. He was actually refining seals with his left hand and talismans with his right. How was this possible? It was already very impressive to become a seal master or talisman master. But now, someone was refining seals with his left hand and talismans with his right. Was he trying to scare everyone to death? No, he must be bluffing. No one can refine seals or talismans in the middle of a battle. That's impossible. What's more, he's refining them at the same time. The crowd stood up in an uproar because Yi Xian's current performance was too strong and too terrifying. However, until now, no one was willing to believe that Yi Xian could do it. But what frightened them was that Yi Xian could not only do it, but also do it at an extremely fast speed. No one had ever seen Yi Xian's refining technique before. Of course, it would be strange if anyone had seen it before. Yi Xian only used his hands to select the materials, and then took them out when the system was done. Therefore, everyone could only see Yi Xian continuously refining restrictions and divine talismans one after another, but they didn't know how he did it. The materials were quickly decreasing. These resources, once in Yi Xian's hands, would be turned into various seals and talismans in the blink of an eye. As for Yi Xian, there were already countless restrictions or divine talismans surrounding him. In front of Yi Xian, Guan Mo Yun was already dumbfounded. Yi Xian was preparing to use seals and talismans to defeat him. One had to know that restrictions were quite common, but they were all fixed in place. Restrictions that were directly used in battle were extremely rare. As for talismans, talisman masters were even rarer than seal masters. It was not easy to get one. So using seals and talismans in battle was a very extravagant thing to do. But what was Guan Mo Yun doing now? Challenging a seal master and a talisman master at the same time, and at the same time, a cultivation genius? Chapter 2273. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Guan Mo Yun was overwhelmed by fear. He knew that he was going to lose miserably this time. No, this was something he couldn't accept. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. Her Highness the Princess was watching from below. Moreover, her gaze had been fixed on that brat. Only by defeating him completely could the princess know who was the real strong one, and who was worthy of the princess's favor. Guan Mo Yun's eyes were vicious as he launched a fierce attack. In an instant, the defense line formed by the god-class mount seemed to be in danger. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up as he silently said, "Thousand Beasts Feast." Yes, Yi Xian had activated the Thousand Beasts Feast. In an instant, all the god-class mounts were boosted in strength. Guan Mo Yun couldn't do anything to them. However, this was only the beginning. Yi Xian was already on his way. Countless seals and talismans floated around Yi Xian. With every step Yi Xian took, not only Guan Mo Yun, but everyone watching Yi Xian felt their hearts tremble. How were they going to fight? At the start, everyone thought that Guan Mo Yun was an upper-level true immortal, while Yi Xian was only an intermediate-level true immortal. This was a battle where the outcome was certain. However, when the battle started, they realized how ridiculous it was to judge Yi Xian's strength based on his cultivation level. Seal Grandmaster. Talisman Grandmaster. What was this? This was simply bullying. Under everyone's watchful eyes. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian sent countless seals and talismans flying toward Guan Mo Yun. Lightning, thunder, fire dragons, meteorites, divine swords, dharma, and so on. All sorts of attacking methods were displayed on the arena. How was this a battle? This was simply bullying. From the start, Guan Mo Yun didn't even have the right to stand beside Yi Xian. He had already lost the battle. This was even more terrifying than Yi Xian's previous words that caused his opponent to lose. Many people were even praying that they wouldn't encounter Yi Xian. Even if they did, they prayed that Yi Xian wouldn't use seals and talismans to deal with him. They would rather be defeated by Yi Xian with a single sentence than be attacked round after round like Guan Mo Yun. Yi Xian had just created close to 100 seals and talismans. He was going to use up all of them. According to the rules, the battle could continue unless one side was either Yi Xian or had lost all ability to move. In other words, although everyone understood that Guan Mo Yun had already lost and had completely lost, Guan Mo Yun didn't admit defeat. Furthermore, he hadn't lost his ability to move, so Yi Xian had the right to attack. Suddenly, Yi Xian raised his head and all the attacks stopped in an instant. How boring. You actually dare to fight on the stage with such strength? Yes, that was what Yi Xian said. That was Guan Mo Yun, but in Yi Xian's eyes, he was so unbearable. When Yi Xian walked out, the crowd automatically opened up a path for him. No one dared to block Yi Xian's path because Yi Xian's terrifying performance was too much for them to bear. They didn't even dare to look Yi Xian in the eye. Restriction Grandmaster, divine talisman grandmaster, and super genius. These three identities made Yi Xian an existence that people could only look up to. No matter what they thought of Yi Xian, at this moment, they all looked at Yi Xian strangely. Those who were hostile to Yi Xian at the beginning finally realized that Yi Xian wasn't someone they could provoke. However, this gave rise to endless jealousy. For many people, it would be extremely difficult for them to become one of Yi Xian's three identities in their entire lives. However, Yi Xian had monopolized all three titles by himself. How could they not be jealous? Restriction Grandmasters and Divine Talisman Grandmasters took in very few disciples. Moreover, the requirements for aptitude were very high. QWPM These two professions could be said to be very resource-intensive professions. Of course, there wasn't a single sub-profession that didn't need to be accumulated with resources. Even in a short period of time, the clan only supported a few Restriction and Rune Grandmasters. To nurture a Restriction or Rune Grandmaster, not only did they need to find an extremely talented disciple, but they also needed to spend a large amount of resources to nurture them. As for cultivating Restriction and Divine Talisman at the same time, it wasn't impossible, but it was almost impossible to succeed. But Yi Xian did it. Yi Xian did what they only dared to think but not do. You know how to refine Restrictions and Divine Talismans. When Yi Xian walked to Fian and the others, the princess was also there. The princess was also present. Her gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with astonishment and surprise. Although she was a princess, she had never seen someone with such high talent. It was as if she finally understood why her sister, Lord Goddess Mi Yan, was so concerned about Yi Xian. Once such a talent matured, it was simply unimaginable. However, she was actually overthinking it. Mi Yan didn't know that Yi Xian knew these things. What's so strange about this? Yi Xian said indifferently. In Yi Xian's mind, as long as the system was there, no matter what he did, it was natural. Therefore, he didn't care at all. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. In Yi Xian's mind, becoming a Restriction and Divine Talisman Grandmaster really didn't take much effort. However, Yi Xian's words made everyone speechless. What did he mean by what was so strange about this? This was very strange in the first place. There was almost no suspense in Yi Xian's following battles. In fact, most of his opponents chose to admit defeat. This was because they knew that even a peak true god shouldn't try to challenge a super existence who had the dual support of a Restriction and Divine Talisman Grandmaster. Even if they admitted defeat in a battle against Yi Xian, there was nothing to be ashamed of. How could ordinary people be on the same stage as monstrous geniuses? The selection requirement of the Kunlun realm was that only peak true gods could appear. Once one became an over-god, the Kunlun realm wouldn't accept them. Of course, after becoming an over-god, one would be a powerful figure with a certain level of strength in the Kunlun realm. It was impossible for them to participate in such a selection. Although the difference between the over-god realm and the true god realm was only one major realm, it was the first major breakthrough in the cultivation system of the god realm. Many people cultivated from the true god realm to the peak true god realm in one go, displaying incomparable talent. However, even the over-god realm couldn't be crossed. If one wanted to break through to the over-god realm, it was no longer possible to just rely on talent. If one wanted to break through to the over-god realm, it required a lot of coincidences and great luck. It could be said that among 100 cultivators, there were at least 10 who could reach the peak true god realm under the premise that they didn't die. Chapter 2274. However, even if 100 peak true gods were given sufficient resources and an excellent cultivation environment, perhaps only one of them could become an over-god. Gogox, the difference of one step was huge. The over-god realm was a realm that countless people dreamt of, but it was something they could only dream of. This was also the reason why so many people were attracted to the Kunlun realm when it started to recruit disciples. There were even some disciples from aristocratic families who were stuck at the Kunlun realm and joined sections. They fought desperately to join the Kunlun realm. Among them were the 10 great geniuses of the Kunlun realm, the 4 great spiritual children, and disciples from various aristocratic families. These people were seen as the ones who had the highest chance of becoming one of the 100 people. As the battle progressed, Yi Xian's opponents became stronger and stronger. However, most people would choose to avoid Yi Xian as long as they had the chance. This was because every battle was decided by one round. The selection would not give you a second chance. No matter what the reason was, once you lost once, it was equivalent to saying that you would not be qualified in the future. Therefore, the person that most people did not want to face the most was not the disciples of aristocratic families or the geniuses, but Yi Xian. Yi Xian's left hand was a seal, and his right hand was a divine talisman. He left a deep impression on people. Of course, there were some exceptions. By now, Yi Xian had entered the final stages of the selection. His opponents were constantly getting stronger, and they were basically all upper-level true gods. Yi Xian's strength had also been unlocked once more, and he was now a mid-level grade 7 true god. However, even though he was a mid-level grade 7 true god, Yi Xian was the one with the lowest cultivation level among those who remained. This time, Yi Xian was facing a super existence again. This was because this person was a person who had been famous for a long time. Hello, Yi Xian. I am Kun Buyu from the Kun Nan family. I never thought that I would have the chance to fight with you. I hope that we can unleash our greatest strength in this battle. In front of Yi Xian was a youth with a sunny smile. At least, his first impression of Yi Xian was quite good. Don't worry, I won't go easy on him. Yi Xian replied with a smile. Haha, that's good. However, I have to remind you in advance that I am also a restriction grandmaster. Moreover, before I participated in the battle, my family gave me a lot of special magic treasures. Therefore, when the battle starts later, I will have an advantage. This fellow was rather interesting. In this arena, who didn't use all the methods available to them? No matter what method they used, as long as they could stand on the arena, they would receive the full support of their respective families. Many people even brought along their family's treasures to fight. There was no need to explain this at all. Anyway, according to the rules, as long as it was not a super treasure that could destroy the world, it was allowed. And as long as it was a magic treasure that could be brought onto the stage, then it proved that it was approved and could be used. It doesn't matter where it came from. Since it's in your hands, it's yours. Alright, then I have no choice but to use my restriction to deal with your restriction. Yi Xian had a smile on his face. For someone like Kun Buyu, it was difficult for you to say that you were hostile towards him. Because of his magnanimity, he told you his trump card from the very beginning. Even if you knew that he was borrowing external forces, it wouldn't be good for you to get angry. Moreover, this was a battle that allowed external forces to be used in the first place. Yi Xian vs Kun Buyu of the Kun Nan family. Battle begin. It was the voice of an elder of the sect. As the competition progressed, there were now elders involved in every match. They would observe the battle between two people in the arena. Once one of them was in danger, they would immediately step in to save the other party. After all, to be able to make it this far, which one of them wasn't of noble status and powerful strength? If they fell, it would be a heavy loss. Yi Xian, it's starting. Are you going to make the first move, or should I? This guy was a weirdo. He actually asked such a question. But it made sense. Most of the super geniuses from aristocratic families had been taught lessons and experienced environments since young. They would never imagine how difficult it was for someone like Yi Xian to fight his way up step by step. Please. Yi Xian didn't care about the advantage of making the first move. Hence, he casually gestured for Kun Buyu to attack first. At this moment, outside the arena, the crowd had already started discussing again. Even Her Royal Highness didn't know what to do. This Kun Buyu is one of the top 10 geniuses of the divine realm. It's said that his restriction ability is already at the level of a master. Furthermore, the Kuan-Nan family is famous for their illusionary mythical beasts. They can summon illusionary mythical beasts that don't even exist. They're extremely powerful. That's right. Apart from these two, Kun Buyu also possesses a special ancient bloodline. Furthermore, the Kuan-Nan family spent a huge amount of resources to successfully awaken it. I heard that Kun Buyu has 3 explosive forms, each more powerful than the last. Perhaps many people didn't understand what these people were talking about, but Her Royal Highness knew very well. It was said that Kun Buyu's mother was from an ancient lost clan. Who would have thought that his mother's special bloodline would be inherited by Kun Buyu? Originally, no one cared about the special bloodline's name, but now it was known as the Triple Divine Body. Under normal circumstances, there was nothing special about the Triple Divine Body. On the surface, it was just a slightly stronger physique. However, if the first seal was undone, then one's strength would multiply. Undoing the second seal would multiply 10 times. The third seal would multiply by 100 times. Such a powerful physique allowed Kun Buyu to successfully rank in the top 3 of the top 10 geniuses. Furthermore, it was said that Kun Buyu could already undo the second seal. As for the third seal, it was said that he had the ability to undo it as well. For a moment, Her Royal Highness actually began to worry about Yi Xian's safety. One had to know that 100 times strength was not something that Yi Xian could withstand. Go inform the sect and have them be prepared. Whether it's Kun Buyu or Yi Xian, I don't want any of them to fall. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Her Royal Highness couldn't help but worry because unlocking Kun Buyu's 3 outbursts had a price, and that was his mind. As his strength was unlocked, his mind would become more and more violent. When he undid the second seal, his mind would become numb, and most of what was left would be his battle instincts. When the third seal was completely undone, he might become a monster that only knew how to kill. This was something that couldn't be helped. However, Kun Buyu was not a bad person. Therefore, although everyone knew that he would become extremely violent after his transformation, no one blamed him. Chapter 2275. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, if he were to kill Yi Xian today, the princess believed that his elder sister would definitely be furious. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. It had been many years since the princess had seen his sister care so much about someone. During Yi Xian's participation in the selection, Meili had asked him about his progress 3 times. QWPM. Both of them were geniuses of the god domain. No matter which one of them it was, they couldn't be allowed to die. At this moment, Yi Xian signaled Kun Buyu to attack first. Kun Buyu didn't argue and directly said to Yi Xian, "All right. Pay attention. I'm going to attack." After saying that, a ray of light covered his body. Armor of light. This was one of the 3 great treasures of the Kuan-Nan family. It was said that this treasure armor didn't have a physical body and was completely refined by light. It was a super treasure that could be used for both offense and defense. Moreover, it would be adjusted according to the strength of the wearer. Who would have thought that this thing would be in Kun Buyu's possession? Of course, this treasure of the Kuan-Nan family was passed down to their number 1 genius. Who else would it be passed down to? Then, a pair of strange things appeared in Kun Buyu's hands. This thing was a close combat weapon. However, Kun Buyu's wasn't just for close combat. Double Stinger Massacre. Suddenly, Kun Buyu's hand swiped. 2 rays of light attacked Yi Xian. However, the 2 rays of light turned into 2 shadow-like phantoms halfway and pounced on Yi Xian. Good heavens, to be able to turn into phantoms when attacking, this technique wasn't simple at all. Ding! System notification. Target is a 7th grade soldier grade upper true god. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Target has been detected to have a hidden strength. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Target has been detected to have a special ability. The system's 3 notifications rang out, letting Yi Xian know that this Kun Biyu was the greatest opponent he'd ever faced. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly summoned the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants and the Blossom God Sword Servants. The Divine Beast army led by the 2 sword attendants could still be of some use. However, Yi Xian did not expect that Kun Biyu also had the ability to summon God of Illusions, Will of Slaughter. Suddenly, Kun Biyu put the 2 swords together and casually tossed them out. They rapidly turned into a void gate, and from that void gate, countless phantoms rushed out. Yi Xian frowned. What kind of transcendent artifact was this? There were clearly 2 of them, but they were summoning-type transcendent artifacts. This was something Yi Xian had never seen before. System, detect that one. Ding! System notification, insufficient data, unable to view. Alright, so be it if there was no way to detect it. Yi Xian was also helpless. Soon, Yi Xian's mythical beast army clashed with Kun Biyu's phantom army. It could be said that the individual strength of Yi Xian's mythical beast legion was stronger than those illusions. However, the phantoms seemed to be endless. They were rushing out from the void gate non-stop. In an instant, they were actually fighting to a draw. White is not white, black is not black. The light and the shadows, seal domain. What? A domain? It was actually a domain. A small semi-domain created by using seals. Although this could not be considered a complete domain, it was, after all, half a domain. Everyone was in an uproar. The strength that Kun Biyu displayed now was already beyond their imagination. None of them had expected that Kun Biyu actually had such a trick up his sleeve. A semi-domain. This was a semi-domain. Even many Overgod realm powerhouses did not have a domain. However, Kun Biyu, this true God realm guy, was able to unleash a semi-domain. In an instant, a gray light screen enveloped Yi Xian and Kun Biyu. Ding! System notification, host is affected by a domain. Defense reduced by half, attack power reduced by half, and divine telekinesis reduced by half. Ding! System notification, Kun Biyu is affected by a domain. Defense increased, attack power increased, and divine telekinesis increased. What a powerful semi-domain. It could weaken the opponent and strengthen the user at the same time. Such a domain was really too useful. Yi Xian, pay attention. This is my greatest trump card. I'm going to attack. Kun Biyu's voice rang out, reminding Yi Xian that he was about to attack. Come on, let me see how strong you are. Yi Xian lightly smiled. This fellow even reminded him before attacking. It could be said that Yi Xian was extremely satisfied with him. Of course, Yi Xian did not forget to find a way to crack the domain. System, is there any way to crack it? Ding! System notification, host does not have enough resources. Unable to find a suitable method. There was no suitable method. Yi Xian's heart trembled slightly. Could it be that he was really going to lose this time? No, Yi Xian would not admit defeat so easily. He also believed that he would not lose so easily. If he had eternal points, Yi Xian would be able to use a domain, which was the eternal body. Yi Xian's eternal domain, but Yi Xian did not have any eternal points. Therefore, he could only imagine. Although the six-syllable Sanskrit mantra was very powerful, it was obviously impossible to use it. Perhaps all that was left was to devour the spiritual consciousness. If Yi Xian were to use the second ability of the spirit god Devour, the system would be converted into a success rate. In that case, Yi Xian would be able to devour the spiritual sense of the person in front of me. However, Yi Xian was unwilling to do so. In Yi Xian's heart, this guy was qualified enough to be Yi Xian's opponent. If he used his spiritual consciousness to devour Yi Xian's spiritual consciousness, that was not the result that Yi Xian wanted. It seemed that he could only use the summoning ability of the wings of the gods. Cloning of the gods. This was a skill that came with the wings of the gods. By consuming the divine wings energy, one could transform into a fallen god. Although Yi Xian would retain his original strength, he would only retain his form, not his soul. However, Yi Xian believed that since the system had given him such a skill, this skill could not be said to be completely useless. Yi Xian had never used this ability before, because the divine wings energy was very rare. However, it seemed that he had no choice but to use it now. If it was not useful, could he still use the ancient divine talisman? Alright, since that is the case, let's use it. System, I want to use all the divine wings energy to possess a random ancient god. Yi Xian ordered loudly. Ding. The host now has 30% of the divine wings energy. Do you wish to use all of it? Yes, use all of it. Boom. A boundless power that made everyone want to prostrate themselves in worship suddenly erupted from Yi Xian's body. No matter who it was, no matter what cultivation base they had, they all felt an absolutely terrifying crushing pressure at this moment. Yes, it was crushing pressure. It was crushing pressure. Yi Xian's body erupted with an incomparably valiant aura. Chapter 2276. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A set of armor appeared on his body. No one knew what kind of armor it was, and the God Slayer in his hand had turned into an ancient black greatsword. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. Beside him, there was an illusory shadow. Yi Xian finally understood the true purpose of the God Slayer replica. Indeed, Yi Xian was still Yi Xian. His strength had not increased, but the key was the equipment. These were all the equipment of the gods before they died. In other words, the most important purpose of the God Slayer replica was not to let Yi Xian obtain the power of the gods who had died. It was to let Yi Xian experience using the magical equipment of the super strong when they were alive. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully used the God Slayer replica. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully replicating the nameless ancient god. Ding. Because host is using the God Slayer replica with 30% of its power, all magical equipment possessed will have 30% of the original power. Ding. Congratulations to host. The God Slayer has been strengthened by the Black Demon Sword. You have obtained the special mystique, Crushing Light. Ding. Congratulations to host. You have obtained the Black Demon Armor. Defense increased tenfold. Ding. Host has obtained the Black Demon Armor special ability, Black Demon Summon. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Shadow Servant. Host has obtained the special ability, Servant Battle. Servant Fusion. A series of notifications allowed Yi Xian to understand how to use the God Slayer replica. At the same time, it also brought Yi Xian many unexpected benefits. Very good. Yi Xian spat out 2 words. He was cheering for the duplication of the gods, as well as the wings of the gods. Fortunately, he had not used the wings of the gods. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obtain these items. At this moment, Kun Buyu's attack arrived. Yi Xian did not hesitate and swept his sword over. Boom! A violent force was released. Kun Buyu's attack, which he had been confident in, was actually blocked by Yi Xian. What kind of divine ability is this? Kun Buyu looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. He didn't know what kind of divine ability Yi Xian had used to transform into a completely different person. This isn't a very magical ability. It's just borrowing the power of the ancient gods. Hua! How could this not be a special divine ability? Everyone was once again shocked by Yi Xian. They didn't know how many unknown tricks this Yi Xian had up his sleeve. Ancient gods, that was the power of the ancient gods. If he could borrow the power of the ancient gods, then what couldn't he do? The ancient gods had always been the incarnations of powerful beings. The bloodline of the ancient deities, the magic treasures of the ancient deities, and the divine abilities of the ancient deities. All kinds of things passed down, as long as they had the word ancient in them, seemed to have infinite power. But now, Yi Xian could actually borrow the power of the ancient gods and use it for himself. This kind of technique was simply unprecedented. Who is that guy? How can he be so strong? How many more secrets does he have? This guy, I thought he would definitely lose this time. How? How can he come up with such a shocking technique again? It's over, it's over. Could it be that Kun Buyu is going to lose too? Who is it? Who can defeat him? The crowd was in an uproar. It was precisely because Yi Xian's display of strength had exceeded everyone's expectations that they were even more afraid and terrified. At the same time, they also hoped that someone could defeat Yi Xian. Kun Buyu, do your best. It was unknown who took the lead to shout this, but in an instant, everyone followed suit and shouted. Towards the end, it turned into a unified voice. Kun Buyu, Kun Buyu, Kun Buyu. Almost everyone was shouting Kun Buyu's name, as deep down, they were hoping that someone would be able to defeat this monstrous existence. Defeat Yi Xian. Her Highness, Fian, and the others were very unhappy, but they were also very happy. Because the more these people were like this, the more it showed that they were afraid of Yi Xian. Of course, the two people in the arena had no idea what was going on outside. They couldn't even see outside. This arena's secret realm allowed people outside to see what was going on inside and even hear what the people inside were saying. However, the people inside couldn't sense what was going on outside at all. It could be considered a special secret realm. At this moment, Kun Buyu sensed the powerful energy erupting from Yi Xian's body. Without any hesitation, he said to Yi Xian, pay attention. I'm going to undo my special seal. Once this seal is undone, my mind will change greatly. Remember, if you can't win, immediately withdraw from the battle. When that happens, my mind will be damaged and I won't be able to control my actions. Was Kun Buyu going to undo the seal in his body? He was going to use the last of his true strength. Yi Xian nodded. Although he didn't know why Kun Buyu would say such a thing, Yi Xian would forgive him for everything he did after Kun Buyu said those words. Seal, first seal, undone. Suddenly, Kun Buyu's strength doubled, and a powerful energy erupted from his body. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Ding! Host, please take note. The target's strength has increased. Currently, he is a 7th grade general upper class true god. The title of the front crown directly increased by 1 level. From the soldier rank to the general rank. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect this guy to be able to increase his title of the front crown. He was indeed an opponent worthy of a battle. Yi Xian, I'm coming. Kun Buyu undid the first seal and his battle intent skyrocketed. However, he didn't lose his mind. Therefore, before he made his move, he still reminded Yi Xian. In an instant, the two of them were entangled again. However, the ancient armor on Yi Xian's body and the ancient black demon's sword in his hand were definitely not to be trifled with. Therefore, he was still suppressing Kun Buyu for a while. Kun Buyu's battle intent grew stronger and stronger. Every time he lost, he didn't give up. Instead, it stimulated his battle instincts. Suddenly, Kun Buyu roared. Seal, second seal, undone. Boom! Kun Buyu's strength skyrocketed again. Ding! System notification. Target has been upgraded to a 7th grade King upper class True God. King rank. He had actually upgraded to the King rank. Even Yi Xian was incomparably shocked. This guy had actually upgraded to the King rank in an instant. Damn you, I'm going to kill you. Kun Buyu's voice sounded. Yi Xian finally understood why this guy had warned him before unlocking his strength. The price for unlocking his strength was losing his mind. However, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Chapter 2277. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The battle continued. The two of them attacked each other in a frenzy, neither backing down. Yi Xian was sent flying again and again, while Kun Buyu was not faring much better. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have forgotten that they could still use seals and divine talismans. Instead, they were using their strongest strength to clash fiercely. The battle between the two of them caused the space in the arena to fluctuate continuously. The sect had no choice but to send out people to reinforce the seal of the mystic realm in the arena. The battle between the two of them was extremely intense. However, the people outside the arena were even more excited than them. A battle of this level could be said to be the most intense battle they had ever seen. At this moment, countless people had gathered around Yi Xian and Kun Buyu's arena. There were people from the sect, people from outside the sect, and even people from the Kunlun realm. Two good seedlings. I didn't expect them to meet each other. This time, I will make an exception. No matter who wins, the loser will be allowed to continue the battle. Yes, both Yi Xian and Kun Buyu had received the approval of the Kunlun realm's envoy, who allowed them to continue the battle. With this sentence, it was equivalent to acknowledging their identities and directly recruiting them. Of course, the two of them in the middle of the battle did not know. At the same time, the people from the Kun Nan family also arrived. Kun Buyu was the heir of the Kun Nan family. This was without a doubt. Kun Buyu's battle naturally attracted the attention of the Kun Nan family. However, this time, they were more focused on Yi Xian. In the eyes of the Kun Nan family members, it was simply impossible for someone to be able to face off against their crown prince after he had unlocked the second seal. However, this was only the beginning of their shock. I want you dead. I want you dead. Third seal, unlocked. At this moment, Kun Buyu had completely lost his mind. As his powers were unlocked, all that was left of him was his battle instincts and the desire to defeat Yi Xian. This was not something that could be controlled. Even though Kun Buyu had not said that he was going to kill Yi Xian at the start, with the removal of his 3 seals, his intelligence had basically disappeared. All that was left was his battle instincts and the will to kill. Ding! System notification, warning. Warning. Target strength has increased to the 7th stage True God realm. Emperor rank. An emperor level title. Yi Xian was shocked in his heart. An emperor tier had actually appeared. One had to know that Yi Xian had yet to encounter an emperor tier powerhouse until now. This guy was the first one he had encountered. Boom! One punch. With just one punch, Yi Xian was sent flying. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is in mortal danger. The system has automatically taken over the defense and activated the Godslayer's special ability, Absolute Defense. Ding. Threat contact. Ding. Warning. Warning. The designated target is too powerful. It is recommended that the host withdraw from the battle immediately. Withdraw from the battle. No, Yi Xian would not withdraw from the battle. This was the kind of battle that Yi Xian wanted. It had been a long time since Yi Xian had felt so hot-blooded. A battle of this level was the kind of battle that Yi Xian dreamed of. System, shut up. I will not give up on this battle. I will persevere until the end, even if I lose. Ding. System notification, the host's consciousness is abnormal. Ding. System notification, the host's intelligence is in chaos. Yi Xian was about to go berserk. At this moment, the only thing left in Yi Xian's eyes was the fellow in front of him. Waves of incomparably powerful energy were continuously condensing on his body. Yes, Yi Xian was about to go berserk. System, use that ancient talisman. What's the point of keeping it? Isn't it supposed to be used now? Yi Xian's fighting spirit had been stimulated by Kun Buyu. All that was left in his heart was the thought of going all out in this battle. Naturally, the system would not go against Yi Xian's wishes. Therefore, following Yi Xian's command, the one and only ancient talisman was immediately activated. Boom! 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 Over 10,000 shadows appeared. There were actually 10,000 identical Yi Xian. Yi Xian had actually created 10,000 clones. The entire sect was in an uproar. No, it should be said that everyone was in an uproar. They had already forgotten how to speak. A battle of this level was already something that they could only worship. It could be said that even a battle between two sovereigns would not be as shocking as this. The battle between Yi Xian and Kun Buyu had exceeded the limits of their imaginations. Boom! 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 Any one of Kun Buyu's attacks, even if it was just a casual attack, would shatter one of Yi Xian's clones. However, over 10,000 clones still charged towards Kun Buyu in a frenzy. This was because Yi Xian's main body was now on the verge of going berserk. Therefore, in reality, those clones were also incomparably frenzied. The battle was unprecedentedly intense. At this moment, it was no longer something that the few elders of the sect could control. If the two of them really were to engage in a battle to the death, it was not something that the few elders could stop. Let's go to the arena space. The people from the Kun Nan clan stood up. Along with the Kun Nan clan, a few other overgod powerhouses also stood up, including the Kun Luan realm's emissary. Regardless of whether it was Yi Xian or Kun Buyu, neither of them should die here. They were the true geniuses of the entire Kunlun god domain. They were the pride of the Kunlun god domain. So many powerhouses had entered the arena's secret realm just in case. If the battle between the two of them really could not be separated, they could only step in to stop it. This was to prevent the two of them from dying because of their frenzied slaughter. The death of any one of them would definitely be a great loss to the Kunlun god domain. Kill! Suddenly, Yi Xian's roar rang out. Finally, Yi Xian had gone berserk. The berserk ability could only be activated when Yi Xian was greatly stimulated. And now, Yi Xian had been greatly stimulated by Kun Buyu. It was large enough for Yi Xian to launch an incomparably violent attack. It was large enough for Yi Xian to go berserk. Between Yi Xian's hands, seals and talismans constantly appeared. After going berserk, Yi Xian did not care about anything else. In his mind, there was only the thought of defeating the guy in front of him. As for the rest, Yi Xian did not think too much about it. The battle instantly intensified once more. The two people in the arena were like two madmen, attacking each other wildly. That battle had frightened everyone watching the competition. Even the over-god powerhouses were shocked beyond words. The strength of these two people was clearly only at the true god realm. Why? Why did they erupt with such powerful strength? Over-god realm was a general term. In fact, godly lords, godly kings, and the like could all be considered as over-gods. However, only Yi Xian would understand this when he entered the over-god realm. Each major realm had its own rules. Without strength, it was very difficult to understand the secrets within. Of course, in the berserk state, how could one think so much? Otherwise, how could it be defined as berserk? The two frenzied figures tangled together in the arena's secret realm. Neither was willing to back down. You punch, I kick. These two guys were actually using the most primitive fighting method, fighting to the death. Outside the arena, countless people were already shocked to see this. From the initial clamor to the later silence. QWPM people were no longer biased towards either side. Because these two people in front of them were worthy of their recognition. Chapter 2278. The battle continued. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Kun Buyu, who had already unlocked the third seal, and Yi Xian, who was in a berserk state, would not stop their frenzied battle unless they exhausted their last bit of strength. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. Countless people watched this scene with fear and trepidation. The dozens of over-god experts also watched the battle between Yi Xian and Kun Buyu without stopping. No one stepped forward to stop them. As long as there was no danger to their lives, they could not bear to interrupt such a battle. Yi Xian's movements were clearly much slower, and Kun Buyu needed to gather strength for a long time just to swing his fist once. As time passed, Yi Xian's powerful physique finally revealed itself. Even Kun Buyu, who had unlocked the third seal, was exhausted from such an intense battle. However, Yi Xian was still able to launch attacks again and again. However, even Kun Buyu was being thrown around like a sandbag by Yi Xian. The people from the Kun Nan family did not stop him either. Finally, Kun Buyu stopped breathing and fainted completely. However, Yi Xian also collapsed at the same time as Kun Buyu collapsed. The result of this battle was already revealed. Unfortunately, no one cared about the result. Both of them had received everyone's approval in this battle, regardless of whether it was strength or battle intent. By the time Yi Xian woke up, several months had already passed since the battle. Their soul-stirring battle had lasted a total of 4 months. Not to mention the time to rest. Yi Xian's powerful physique allowed him to wake up very quickly. However, Kun Buyu did not have such a powerful physique, so he still had not woken up until now. Master, you're awake. Fian immediately said happily when she saw Yi Xian wake up. The people from the divine talisman race in the room immediately came over to welcome him. It turned out that when Yi Xian came down from the stage, although Her Highness the Princess and the Kun Nan aristocratic family wanted to take Yi Xian away, Fian and the others firmly refused. It was to the extent that with a wave of his hand, he set up layers upon layers of restrictions, as if he had the intention of starting a battle at the slightest disagreement. Fortunately, everyone knew that they were Yi Xian's followers, so they didn't make things difficult for them. Otherwise, how was it possible for Fian to be the opponent of several dozen over-gods and countless true gods with just 10 rune masters? Yi Xian nodded and asked, "Where is this?" "Don't worry, young master. I've rented a manor outside for young master to recuperate. Young master can stay here at ease. I've already asked them to set up countless restrictions inside and outside the manor." Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was there a need to be so secretive? Yi Xian understood what Fian meant. In Fian's heart, Yi Xian had countless secrets. Fian was worried that Yi Xian's secrets would be discovered by others. But Yi Xian himself, his biggest secret and aura was only the system. As for the rest, even if others discovered it, it didn't matter. As for the system, probably no one could discover it at all. But Fian had good intentions after all, so Yi Xian naturally wouldn't say anything. Oh, is that so? It's fine. As long as I wake up, I'll be able to recover very quickly. By the way, what was the result of the competition? After young master and that guy both fell unconscious, the envoy of the Kunlun realm announced that the two of you didn't need to participate in the selection and were directly selected as specially recruited disciples. However, because the two of you were injured, the Kunlun realm told you to go after your injuries have healed. Yi Xian nodded again, but didn't continue to say anything. Instead, he stood up and began a simple exercise. This was simply a new injury that hadn't healed yet. Fortunately, it was Yi Xian. If it was anyone else, how could they have recovered so quickly? By the way, young master, this was sent to you by Her Highness the Princess. She said that it was a divine healing medicine. Fian handed a pill to Yi Xian. This pill was gold in color, and there was a dragon swimming on top of it. Ding, system notification. Target specified, swimming dragon pill. It can quickly heal the host's injuries and has a chance to increase the host's cultivation. Not only can it heal injuries, it can also help to break through cultivation. This could definitely be considered a treasure. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and swallowed it in one gulp. A strong warm current flowed through Yi Xian's body. Ding, system notification. Host has broken through. Current rank 9 middle class true god realm. And, he could indeed break through. Rank 9 middle class true god realm. He was just one step away from becoming a high-class true god. This meant that when Yi Xian was fighting, or when he was unconscious, Yi Xian's last locked level was finally unlocked. QWPM the locked level was because Yi Xian was the after effect of using the level exchange. Generally speaking, when Yi Xian used a level exchange, he would be locked in one level, and when two levels were used, he would be locked in two levels. During the locked period, Yi Xian wouldn't get any experience from swallowing anything. Moreover, if he wanted to break the locked level, he could only wait. There was no way to speed it up. He could only wait for himself to break it. This was because this was the system's ultimate limit. Level exchange could be said to be able to exchange for any item. Then, the system would of course make restrictions. During the locked level period, even things like bloodline fusion couldn't be done. But now, all the levels were finally unlocked. Yi Xian obviously hoped to use the bloodline fusion stone immediately. That way, his recovery ability would be much faster. But, was that possible? With his current state, using the bloodline fusion stone would be looking for trouble. So, he could only wait. Oh right, Fian, how is that Kunbu? In reply to young master, this little girl is not very clear, but there is no danger to his life. He was just taken away by his family. Oh, is that so? Then let's go and take a look. Young master, is your body? It's fine. Look at me, am I not fine? Yi Xian said faintly. Indeed, although he was a little weak now, he could walk and jump. Fortunately, Fian was by Yi Xian's side. She had seen this kind of thing too many times and was already used to it, so she could still be considered calm. Yi Xian wanted to go out, so naturally, Fian and the people of the Divine Talisman race had to follow him. The most important thing was that the 10 people of the Divine Talisman race knew that Yi Xian was going to the Kuan-Nan family, so they actually went somewhere and got 10 sets of identical clothes. They were quite gorgeous, and they even said that these were the clothes of the followers. Have you ever seen a follower's clothes more gorgeous than the master's? However, Yi Xian didn't care about these small details. As long as these people liked it, Yi Xian wouldn't care about them. Although the headquarters of the Kuan-nan family wasn't in Heavenly Spiral City, they still had a manor in Heavenly Spiral City. So, at this moment, Kuan Buyu was actually recuperating in Heavenly Spiral City. As for Yi Xian, his reputation was already at its peak. There wasn't a single person who didn't know of his name, and there were quite a few who had seen him in person. Chapter 2279. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Fortunately, the Heavenly Spiral School explained that Yi Xian had joined the school long ago, but he had been training outside. Fian and the others had been in the school all this time, so everyone's concerns were dispelled. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. After all, the Kuan-luan realm's disciple selection required one to have been in the school for at least 2 years. Yi Xian's arrival was beyond the Kuan-nan family's expectations. Although Yi Xian was only a young man, no one dared to underestimate him. Even a fool from the Kuan-nan family knew that a person who was specially recruited by the Kuan-luan realm and was looked upon favorably by the princess would have a limitless future. At this time, the Kuan-nan family's doors were wide open, welcoming Yi Xian's arrival. Yi Xian, it's actually you. I didn't expect you to have recovered to this extent. It seems that the divine pill given to you by the princess is indeed different. A middle-aged man came in front of Yi Xian and laughed. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. How did they know about the wandering dragon pills? Brat, you're really something. You didn't see how anxious Her Highness was when she saw you fainted. However, your servant said that no one was allowed to disturb you guys, so Her Highness had no choice but to leave first. But I believe that she's definitely on her way here now. Ding. System notification, target's realm is specified. System cannot detect. Unable to detect. Then, it must be an overgod powerhouse. Yi Xian also smiled. Junior Yi Xian greets Senior. What Senior? I'm Buyu's third uncle. You can call me third uncle too. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He still felt that it was better to call this guy Senior. You're here to see Buyu, right? You really came at the right time. Buyu just woke up, but his physique isn't as good as yours. He's lying on the bed now and can't get up. Yi Xian smiled. As long as Kuan Buyu recovered, it would be fine. Under the guidance of his third uncle, Yi Xian quickly arrived at the main hall where Kuan Buyu was recuperating. Sure enough, Kuan Buyu had indeed woken up, but his miserable appearance was much more miserable than Yi Xian's. He couldn't even lift his hand. When Yi Xian saw Kuan Buyu's expression, he suddenly laughed out loud. Looks like you're still in a more miserable state. Come, get up, let's fight another 300 rounds. You rascal, are you here to visit me or to watch me make a fool of myself? Kuan Buyu also smiled. Now that he had regained his intelligence, he naturally wouldn't be as crazy as he was in the arena. Yi Xian gave it some thought. Kuan Buyu was already worthy of being his friend. Since they were friends, they couldn't come empty-handed. But Yi Xian had indeed come empty-handed. Thinking of the wandering dragon pill that the princess gave him, Yi Xian also wanted to give this guy a good pill. System, I need to refine a pill now. I need to refine the best pill that I can refine. Can you do it? Ding. System notification. Host, please pay attention. Please do not ask the system if you can do it. Please give the order directly. Was the system throwing a tantrum? Had the humanness of the system increased again? Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't care about such small details. Instead, he said to the system. QWPM, alright, system. Now, refine a high-grade pill that is most suitable for Kuan Buyu's injuries. Ding. The pill is being concocted. Success. In an instant, a pill appeared in Yi Xian's hand. However, the entire process, from the materials to the formation of the pill, was done in front of everyone's eyes. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the crowd, this pill was refined by Yi Xian. Yi Xian, don't tell me that you're also an alchemist. Kun Buyu, who was lying on the bed, asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. Although he hadn't started learning how to refine pills, the system was his. In that case, Yi Xian could really be considered an alchemist. I know a little, Yi Xian said casually. However, at this moment, an old man behind Yi Xian rushed in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian, can you let me take a look at your pill? Yi Xian didn't care. He didn't even know what pill he was refining. So he handed it over without hesitation. The old man took the pill and carefully observed it. His expression changed several times. 9 Transformation Life Extending Heavenly Pill. Heavens, I never thought that this old man would actually be able to see this legendary medicinal pill in his lifetime. Fifth uncle, is Yi Xian's pill that amazing? The Kuan-Nan family naturally had many secondary professions. This old man was Kun Buyu's fifth uncle, who was in charge of the alchemists. Because Kun Buyu was injured, the Kuan-Nan family had brought their best alchemists over. Naturally, the fifth uncle had come as well. When he heard Kun Buyu's words, the fifth uncle said excitedly, "It's more than just amazing. This pill is a legendary pill. It's said that it has been lost in the divine realm. I didn't expect to see someone refining this pill with my own eyes. It said that the 9 Transformation Life Extending Heavenly Pill contains 9 special abilities. Moreover, they are all linked together and can heal the body step by step. As long as your life force is not completely gone, this pill can help you recover even if your divine spark is broken. Moreover, if you recover before the pill's effects wear off, then you can convert all of the pill's effects into your cultivation. Don't you think this pill is amazing?" Everyone was aghast. There was actually such an amazing pill. However, Yi Xian didn't think much of it. To him, even if he died within 3 days, he could still be revived. Of course, this was Yi Xian's opinion. The people from the Kuan-Nan family didn't think so. The Kuan-Nan family couldn't possibly refine such a pill. Yi Xian, as far as I know, the 9 Transformation Life Extending Heavenly Pill was lost 100,000 years ago. How did you know how to refine it? Oh, I just received some inheritance, that's all, Yi Xian said casually. In any case, no one would suspect him if he said that he had received some inheritance. As expected, when they heard Yi Xian say this, everyone looked at him enviously, but they didn't ask any questions. Restriction Master, Divine Talisman Master, and now you're also an alchemist. The key is that your combat strength is actually on par with mine. Are you a monster? Kun Buyu, who was lying on the bed, wailed. He had always thought that he was a genius who had been blessed with extraordinary opportunities. He had a special ancient bloodline that could increase his combat strength by 100 times when necessary. How could he not be strong? Chapter 2280. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In front of Yi Xian, Kun Buyu could only be reduced to an ordinary person. QWPM. How could Kun Buyu accept this? 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. But this was the truth. The Kuan-Nan family clan looked at Yi Xian in a different light. What was a genius? Was this what a genius was? No, Yi Xian could no longer be described as a genius. He was a freak. A freakish genius. You'd better take the pill quickly. The girl told me that the 2 of us have been specially invited to the Kuan-Luan realm. I'm still waiting for you to recover quickly so that we can go together. Yi Xian did not want to dwell on the topic of alchemists, so he could only say this. As for Uncle Wu, he seemed to have just remembered that the pill was made for Kun Buyu. He hurriedly fed it to Kun Buyu. Needless to say, the effects of the pill were indeed shocking. Kun Buyu had already recovered more than half of his strength after taking it. Of course, it would still take some time for him to fully recover. Her Highness the Princess has arrived. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded outside the Kun Nan family clan. Everyone looked at Yi Xian in a different light. Although the princess had indeed visited the Kun Nan family clan before, that was when she went to the headquarters. This time, when Kun Buyu was injured, the princess had only comforted him a little in the arena. But now, the moment Yi Xian arrived at the Kun Nan family clan, the princess immediately came over. Everyone was well aware of what this meant. Soon, as expected, Princess Simple rushed in. She did not even look at the others. Instead, she ran straight to Yi Xian. Why did you come out? Have you recovered? Why did you come out? Yi Xian was speechless. He knew his own body. He didn't have any major problems right now. But the princess had good intentions, so Yi Xian did not say much. It's okay, I'm fine now. Alright, here you go. I personally refined it for you. Let me tell you, this is very precious. I haven't personally refined a pill for thousands of years. This time, I heard that you were seriously injured, so I spent a few months refining this pill. Boom! The faces of the entire Kun Nan family changed greatly. Who was he? To think that even a master god would be so concerned about him, even spending a few months to refine pills for him. However, Yi Xian did not think so. In Yi Xian's heart, Yi Xian could accept the princess's friendship. However, Yi Xian was still wary of Mi Li. To be more precise, he was wary of the old man from back then. However, Mi Li had good intentions, so Yi Xian accepted it. Alright, I'll accept it then. Thank me Yen for me. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have dared to call the Lord God by his name. But not only did Yi Xian call him that, even the princess did not react. If you want to thank someone, thank them yourself. I'm the one running errands every time. Humph, and I don't get any benefits at all. The princess pouted playfully. But his words only shocked the Kun Nan family even more. The princess was the one running errands. Could it be that this guy was actually on the Lord God's side? The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. In the end, they only dared to stop thinking about it. Because they all knew an open secret. The Lord God of the Kunlun divine domain was single to this day. Of course, that was the Lord God, the existence with the highest cultivation in the Kunlun divine domain. So, no one dared to have the slightest thought of overstepping their boundaries. Then forget it. I don't want to see your sister. I can't stand the pressure. Oh right, did you come just to give me pills? Yi Xian asked in confusion. Who? Who's going to give you pills? I'm also a special recruit from the Kunlun divine domain. So, of course, I'm here to see if the two of you are dead. If you're not, then hurry up and get well so that we can go together. I think it'll take another 10 days. You've seen Kun Buyu's current state. Let him set off now. If he dies of exhaustion on the way, you'll be responsible. Yi Xian said with a smile. When he was talking to the princess, no one else could get a word in edgewise. Of course, no one dared to interrupt at this time. The princess also knew that it was not appropriate for him to appear here. So, after comforting Kun Buyu briefly, she left in a hurry. Once the princess left, the Kun Nan family finally returned to normal. Yi Xian, can I discuss something with you? What is it? Yi Xian looked at Kun Buyu's third uncle and asked in confusion. It's actually not that complicated. I just want to borrow one or two of your followers. Our Kun Nan family's prohibition masters have always been a weak spot. So, I hope that your followers can teach our Kuan Nan family's prohibition masters. Oh, I see. What do you all think? Yi Xian did not act arbitrarily. After all, the people of the divine talisman race could not be considered Yi Xian's followers. We'll listen to you, sir. We'll do whatever you ask us to do. Well, Yi Xian was asking for nothing. How about this, little girl? I probably won't be able to bring you all along when I go to the Kunlun realm this time. If the Kuan Nan family needs any help in the future, please help as much as you can. Yes, sir. This little girl understands. The people of the Kuan Nan family were overjoyed. Yi Xian had agreed. They had long noticed that Yi Xian's followers were all self-contained. Many of their prohibition refining methods were unique. Generally speaking, such people were basically ancient aristocratic families or sections. However, Yi Xian's identity was obviously very special. He could make any decision without reporting it. Of course, how could the refining methods of the divine talisman race not be special? Although there were many other people of the divine talisman race in the realm of the gods, their refining methods were different from each other. Another few days passed. Yi Xian's injuries had basically completely healed. Now, Yi Xian was preparing to fuse the bloodlines. Normally, Yi Xian should have upgraded the demigod sword god bloodline and the demigod battle god bloodline to the god level before fusing them. Only then would the effects be better. However, Yi Xian had not found a suitable material at the moment. Moreover, this bloodline fusion stone could also fuse the two bloodlines together and upgrade them to the god level. In that case, Yi Xian did not need to hold back. According to Yi Xian's thinking, the realm of the gods was full of dangers, but there were also many opportunities. In that case, rather than keeping the power in his hands, he might as well use it directly. This was because only by maintaining oneself at the peak of one's strength could one grasp opportunities when they encountered them. By upgrading the two demigod bloodlines, Yi Xian could obtain two god-level bloodlines. From there, he could fuse the main god-level bloodline. It seemed like he had profited a lot. However, if Yi Xian could not find the materials, wouldn't that mean he would be trapped forever? Chapter 2281. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Moreover, Yi Xian had a premonition that perhaps, once they reached the Kunlun realm, they would be able to obtain benefits that they wouldn't be able to obtain. Discovering a new divine bloodline didn't seem to be impossible. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. Hence, Yi Xian decided to use the bloodline fusion stone. System, I want to use the bloodline fusion stone to fuse the demigod divine sword bloodline and divine war bloodline. Ding. Host, bloodline fusion requirements met. Beginning fusion. Ding. Bloodline fusion. Detected faith points that can be used for special enhancements. Host, would you like to add your believer into the fusion process? Because Yi Xian possessed Overwave City, his faith value was increasing at any time. But now, the increase was getting smaller and smaller. Yi Xian really didn't know what was the use of using this little bit of faith value to fuse with it. Fusion. However, since the system said that he could use it, Yi Xian would not let it go. Ding. Fusion continues. Detected that the host has a special resource. Automatically adding it. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. The final fusion process is about to begin. This process may cause the host some pain. Please be mentally prepared. Yi Xian nodded and waited for the final step to begin. However, when the final step began, Yi Xian finally understood what pain was. How could this be considered a little? At this moment, Yi Xian was in so much pain that he could not even breathe. It was so painful that he could not even speak. It was so painful that he could not see. Even his spiritual will was not clear. Pain, unbearable pain. His entire body and even his spiritual will were trembling. This final step required the removal of the two demigod bloodlines from Yi Xian's body and the insertion of a new bloodline. It also required the placement of the eternity bloodline. This kind of pain almost caused Yi Xian to lose consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, the system notification finally sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new divine bloodline, the Wanzun bloodline. Ding! System notification, please take note, host. During the fusion process, the bloodline of 10,000 Sovereign and the bloodline of Eternity have resonated. A new ability of the bloodline of Eternity has been unlocked. Ding! Congratulations to host. The Eternity bloodline's new ability has been strengthened by the bloodline of Wanzun. Host has obtained a special skill, Will Lock. Mind Lock. The host can lock onto the target with his mind and sense the location of the target at any time, no matter where it is, no matter how far away it is. This ability requires faith points. Yi Xian frowned slightly. In his eyes, this ability seemed to have the same effect as the death warrant. However, since he had obtained it, he would just treat it as a pleasant surprise. At this time, Yi Xian finally focused on his new bloodline. Wanzun bloodline, divine bloodline. The 10,000 sovereign bloodline could automatically absorb faith points and continuously improve. It was a bloodline that grew on its own. However, the host's faith points were currently insufficient, so this special ability was temporarily deactivated. At the same time, the 10,000 sovereign bloodline could strengthen the host's use of faith points. In the future, the exchange rate for items that required faith points would be much cheaper. The host's faith points in the 10,000 sovereign bloodline were too low, so this ability was temporarily deactivated. Yi Xian did not expect that the first thing he saw would be two things related to faith points. Although these two abilities did not have names, they were equivalent to passive abilities of the 10,000 sovereign bloodline. However, Yi Xian understood what it meant. To put it bluntly, the 10,000 sovereign bloodline required faith points to strengthen and grow on its own. When it grew to a certain extent, Yi Xian's use of faith points would increase. Not bad. Yi Xian nodded and did not say anything. He continued reading. 10,000 Sovereign Bloodline Special Ability 1, 1000 Beasts Sword Servant. In this bloodline fusion, the host's 1000 Beasts Sword Servant ability is retained. However, some enhancements have been made. The 1000 Beast Sword Servant is automatically bound to a God-grade mount. In the future, the 1000 Beast Sword Servant will have the authority to summon God-grade mounts. Yi Xian nodded. This meant that in the future, the God-grade mounts would be able to accompany the 1000 Beast Sword Servant in battle and not have to be controlled by Yi Xian every time. When the 1000 Beast Sword Servant summons God-grade mounts, it can choose the number of mounts it summons according to its needs. However, the daily summon limit is still 1000. Furthermore, the God-grade mounts that die in battle will automatically have a shared cooldown period. At the same time, the God-grade mounts have been strengthened. In the future, the God-grade mount summoned by the host will be at least gold-grade. The strength of a gold-grade God-grade mount will be equivalent to the host's current realm. In other words, a gold-grade God-grade mount may summon a rank 1 lower true god or a rank 9 upper true god. After that, a platinum-grade mount will be able to summon God-grade divine beasts. The rules are similar, and so on and so forth. In addition, there is a chance for God-grade mounts to summon a divine beast with a front crown. A divine beast with a front crown could actually appear. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Didn't this mean that the God-grade mount's ability had been greatly strengthened this time? One had to know that the system didn't say that the mount had to have a front crown. Didn't that mean that there was a chance for a king-grade or emperor-grade mount to appear? Awesome, this was simply too awesome. Ding! System notification. The bloodline of Wan Xun retains the original host's Divine Sword bloodline and Divine Battle bloodline's physique and recovery abilities. Furthermore, the host has obtained a new special ability, Instant Recovery. Instant Recovery. No matter how heavy the damage the host receives, the host will be able to return to peak condition in an instant. The cooldown period of this ability is not fixed. The cooldown period of this ability is determined based on the damage the host received. The host is advised not to use it casually. It can be used like this. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Although the system had advised Yi Xian not to use it casually, Yi Xian still couldn't help but want to try out this instant recovery ability. System, I want to use instant recovery now to test out this ability. Yi Xian said to the system. The system wouldn't reject Yi Xian's orders. Hence, all of Yi Xian's injuries were healed in an instant. Awesome, this ability is simply too awesome. However, Yi Xian was unhappy when he saw the cooldown period. Ding! Instant recovery cooldown period, 286 days. 286 days. Yi Xian was depressed now. His injuries clearly only needed a dozen days or even a few days to fully recover, but he had to try out this instant recovery ability. This was great, a cooldown of 286 days. Fortunately, Yi Xian at least knew what instant recovery was for. Chapter 2282. If Yi Xian encountered a powerful enemy who severely injured him, without this ability, Yi Xian would not be able to continue fighting. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. However, as long as Yi Xian was not killed instantly, he could use instant recovery. Coupled with other abilities such as the Wings of the Gods, wouldn't he be able to escape immediately? Or perhaps, if Yi Xian were to face an incomparably powerful enemy, both Yi Xian and his enemy would be injured, and then Yi Xian would instantly recover, what would happen? It could be said that this ability was for Yi Xian to save his life or use in special situations. It was not an ordinary ability. Yi Xian continued reading. He wanted to see if there were any other special abilities. Ding! Bloodline of Wan Xun special ability, Bloodline Devour. The host can strip the bloodline of any target and strengthen it for the upgrade of Wan Xun bloodline. That was it. That was it. Yi Xian frowned. It seemed like this bloodline of Wan Xun wasn't that impressive. Ding! System notification, Bloodline of Wan Xun's hidden ability, Wan Xun. After the host becomes a king of gods, this ability will be unlocked. The details are currently unavailable. There was still a hidden ability. That was more like it. However, it seemed like this bloodline of Wan Xun wasn't as good as it seemed. Could it be that Yi Xian had suffered a loss this time? Of course, whether it was a loss or a gain would only be discovered in the future battles. Bloodline Devour, Thousand Beasts Sword Servant, Instant Recovery, and the hidden ability, Wan Xun. Although there were only 4 attributes, Yi Xian would only know if it was a loss or a gain in the future. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief despite his doubts. It could be said that Yi Xian was indeed a little dissatisfied with this fusion. However, he did not regret it. Yi Xian had no reason to regret what he had done. Yi Xian could refine any kind of pill, but he did not know how to refine regret pills. After another month, Kun Bu finally recovered. With the pills that Yi Xian had refined for him, his recovery was much faster than expected. Of course, it was impossible for him to fully recover. He was not Yi Xian. Once Kun Bu recovered, the 3 of them naturally headed to the Kunlun realm. In order to wait for Yi Xian and Kun Bu, as well as the princess, there was a Kunlun envoy stationed at the Heavenly Jade sect. In turn, the Kunlun territory did not allow any followers, even if it was the princess. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Xian and the other two followed behind the Kunlun envoy and boarded a teleportation platform. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that the teleportation platform was actually connected to a flying boat. As soon as Yi Xian and the others arrived, the flying boat quickly started moving and moved towards the distance with extreme speed. It was said that the Kunlun realm was an independent secret realm. It was extremely well hidden, and it was impossible for ordinary people to discover it. No one knew exactly where it was. About 3 days later, Yi Xian and Yi Xian finally arrived at the Kunlun realm. However, the Kunlun realm did not have only a few thousand people like Yi Xian had thought. Instead, it was a city with close to 1 million people. QWPM, you must be wondering why there are so many people in the Kunlun realm. Actually, there is nothing to be surprised about. In our Kunlun realm, we are allowed to stay for up to 50,000 years. That is to say, as long as you want to, you can stay here for up to 50,000 years. That is why there are so many people here. That's not right. We recruit 100 people every 30 years, 1,300 years, 10,000 and 3,000 years. Even after 300,000 years, there will only be 100,000 people. According to what you said, we can only stay for 50,000 years. Even if everyone stays here, it is impossible for there to be 1 million people after 50,000 years. Moreover, it is impossible for all of them to not die and not leave. Kun Buyu said in shock. He was shocked by the number of geniuses. Of course, Yi Xian was also shocked. After all, the Kunlun realm would only recruit the most talented people. 1 million people, wouldn't that be 1 million geniuses? However, 1 million was not a big number, but it was also not a small number. There were many factions in the 8th layer of heaven that had more than 1 million people. However, if they accidentally offended a super strong person, they could very well be wiped out. Then, these million people would be reduced in an instant. This question was answered by the princess. Now, Yi Xian also knew the princess's name. She was called Miyu. Miyu looked at Kun Buyu and Yi Xian and said indifferently, in name, the Kunlun realm only recruits disciples for the 3 great sections. However, in reality, if the geniuses in the army have special achievements, they will also be recruited. Also, the aristocratic families have some quotas. Don't you know? Kun Buyu was embarrassed. His family had special quotas, but as the heir, he did not know. Fortunately, no one would argue with them on this issue. Under the guidance of the envoy, Yi Xian had a basic understanding of the Kunlun realm. In the Kunlun realm, it was impossible to divide the resources equally. Therefore, the Kunlun realm set up 3 major tests: the ranking board, the luck board, and the points board. The 3 lists were directly tied to each person's identity token, allowing them to see it directly. The ranking board tested one's combat strength. If one wanted to challenge someone, then they would fight directly. The winner would replace the loser's ranking. The luck board was a large-scale test held every year. Whether one participated or not, it was up to one's choice. However, once one participated, one was responsible for their own life and death. Moreover, it was allowed to kill one's opponent and rob them of everything. It was the cruelest test. As for the points board, it was up to one to accept missions and earn points. The point system seemed to be popular in every faction. This was because this system was simple and easy to manage. It was also convenient for everyone to know. In the first 3 years of the ranking board, the top 3 of the points board were those who were qualified to comprehend the laws that year. It could be said that the rules of the Kunlun realm were very simple. It was also very direct. If one did not like to kill, then do missions. Through points, one could obtain the opportunity to comprehend the laws. If one wanted to solve the problem through battle, then go to the ranking board and speak with one's strength. Of course, if one liked to kill and rob, then there was also the luck board waiting for one. However, it was clear that the roll of fortune was not recognized. Therefore, it directly led to the roll of fortune not being able to enter the roll of fortune to comprehend nomological laws. Yi Xian did not care so much. Anyway, to him, it did not matter what method was used. As long as he could comprehend the laws, that was enough. Suddenly, Kun Bu asked a surprising question. Then, if one is ranked on both lists, will there be special privileges? The envoy looked at Kun Bu in surprise and said with a smile, if you have the ability to be ranked on both lists, then you can have the opportunity to comprehend two laws at the same time. Kun Bu nodded and did not speak. Chapter 2283. However, it's already very difficult to enter the top 3 on one list. It's almost impossible to enter both lists. The emissary added. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. However, the speaker might not have meant it, but the listener did. At this moment, Yi Xian began to calculate in his heart. Since he could obtain 2 chances as long as he entered the top 3 on both lists, why didn't Yi Xian cherish it? 6 Laws of Nature Origins. Yi Xian wanted to comprehend all of them. However, for now, perhaps the most important thing was to increase his strength. Perhaps true gods were still the majority here, but Yi Xian believed that there were quite a few overgods as well. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the distance. The light did not dissipate, so one could tell at a glance that someone had broken through. Has someone broken through to the Godly King realm? The emissary said subconsciously. Godly King realm. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. He asked the emissary, Senior, are there still godly kings here? Yi Xian, aren't you looking down on me a little? The Overgod realm is a major realm. The Overgod realm includes the Godly Lord realm, Godly King realm, Godly Emperor realm, Godly Venerable realm, and Godly Emperor realm. However, they are collectively known as the Overgod realm. Don't tell me you think that the Overgod realm is just a single realm. So that's how it is. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. It seemed that sometimes, one could only understand things at a certain level after reaching a certain level. And without reaching that level, even if one knew, it might not be correct. In fact, Yi Xian had always thought that the Overgod realm was just a single realm. However, he did not expect that the Godly King realm was actually a combination of the 5 realms. At this moment, Yi Xian's doubts were all resolved. He finally understood why there was such a huge difference in status between overgods. He also finally understood that, for example, the world of Kunnan had dozens of overgods, but it was still only an aristocratic family. It could not even be considered a major aristocratic family, let alone an ancient aristocratic family. As it turned out, the fundamental reason lay in the division of the Overgod realm. The Overgod realm was not a single realm, but a collective name for 5 different realms. For the next month, Yi Xian was in a learning mode. Miyu was a princess, so there was no one who didn't know her. Kun Bu, on the other hand, was a member of an aristocratic family, so he had some acquaintances as well. However, Yi Xian didn't have any friends at all. Aside from Miyu and Kun Bu, very few people would take the initiative to interact with him. This made Yi Xian very happy. Of course, in the Kunlun realm, there were also side professions such as skills, seals, and talismans. However, Yi Xian didn't really care about this. With the help of the system, the Yi Xian wouldn't be interested in those normal Yi Xian professions, but the Kunlun realm wouldn't be able to provide those that were too strong. It was the same for mystiques. Ordinary mystiques were nothing to Yi Xian. However, his current strength was too weak. If he really wanted to participate in the ranking battle, he wouldn't be able to achieve a good result. Rather than that, Yi Xian might as well accept missions. Missions required points to be accepted at a special hall. On this day, Yi Xian came to the hall. "Hello, I need to accept a mission," Yi Xian said to the disciple. "True God Realm missions. Go take a look yourself. There are detailed descriptions. If you want to accept them, just accept them with your divine sense." Yi Xian nodded and went straight to the place where the missions were issued. However, Yi Xian didn't think much of the missions he saw. There was even a mission to investigate the battle between the ancient giant and the thousand-feeler sea beast in the Drought Sea. It was obviously a battle between Yi Xian and the thousand-feeler sea beast. Moreover, it had been so long. He didn't expect the Kunlun realm to still have such a mission. It could be said that Yi Xian was very disappointed after looking at dozens of missions. Just as he was about to take a look at the Immortal Lord level missions, one mission caught Yi Xian's attention. The description of this mission roughly described how there were hundreds of extermination of clans and sects because of totem beasts in the border areas of the Kunlun realm. There was a mysterious force that kept stealing the totem beasts. Totem beasts. Totem beasts again. One had to know that when Yi Xian was in the 100 territories of Mo, he encountered an incident where a large number of totem beasts were stolen. At that time, no one cared about a small place like the 100 territories of Mo. As a result, the extermination organization successfully revived an ancient demon god. Even now, there was still no news from Yi Xian. It could be said that Yi Xian knew very well how powerless those who asked for help were. Just like the 100 territories of Mo, if not for Yi Xian, if not for everyone's alliance, if not for the countless sacrifices of countless people, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, this mission was not valued at all in the Kunlun realm. It was only worth 100 points. Yi Xian frowned. Just like the 100 territories of Mo, who would care about such a small place? For a place like the Kunlun realm that had millions of territories, who would care about a mere 100 territories, and an insignificant and remote place at that? Who would care about what happened there, the life and death of the people there? No, other people did not care, but Yi Xian did. He knew very well that if he allowed the extermination organization to continue like this, it would become a huge disaster sooner or later. Don't forget, he had a terrifying mission punishment. Therefore, Yi Xian accepted this mission without hesitation. One could leave the Kunlun realm through a teleportation portal. And it was to teleport Yi Xian directly to a big city at the border. This place was only 800 territories away from the small area where they were seeking help. Yi Xian used a carriage and did not need much time. Lin Feng sect had 67 territories under its control. It was smaller than the 100 territories of Mo, but its overall strength was stronger. It was different from Mo's Shanggu. Mo's Shanggu had been turned into a puppet by the extermination organization. But Lin Feng sect did not. At this moment, the people of Lin Feng sect had joined forces with all the other forces in the Kunlun realm to defend against the attacks of an unknown organization. This organization's main objective seemed to be to steal the totem beasts. Of course, if that was all, they might be able to accept it. But every time this organization attacked, they would kill everyone in their target. Until now, a total of 32 sects and clans had been attacked within the territory of the Lin Feng sect. There was only one exception. These 32 forces, from young children to old men who were on the verge of godhead exhaustion, were all slaughtered. It could be said that in the entire Lin Feng sect, everyone was in danger. Many sects were even willing to hand over their totem beasts to other sects or chase them away. But even so, it was impossible to completely avoid that mysterious organization. Yi Xian was extremely fast and arrived at Lin Feng sect in no time. Chapter 2284. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, Yi Xian's strength made them worried. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD Yi Xian was only an intermediate grade 9 true god, while the sect leader of the Lin Feng sect was already an upper grade 3 true god. How could they not be worried? Sir Envoy, may I ask when the deity domain's army will arrive? The sect leader of the Lin Feng sect asked Yi Xian carefully. After all, although Yi Xian's cultivation level was lower than his, he was still the deity domain's envoy. He did not dare to offend him. What army? Yi Xian was puzzled. He looked at the report and asked casually. Could it be that the deity domain only sent you here to support us? Yes, just me. Hearing Yi Xian's reply, many people wailed. It couldn't be just him. A mere mid-level true god realm brat. What use could he be? Was the deity domain giving up on them? Yi Xian could guess what these people were thinking. However, Yi Xian was not angry. After all, Yi Xian was only an intermediate grade true god. This was the truth. Therefore, it was reasonable for these people to be disappointed. However, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, he wasn't prepared to ask them for help this time. According to your current information, this Plum Valley Villa will most likely become the next target of the enemy. Plum Valley Villa has already amassed more than 3,000 totem beasts, and their strength is not very strong. I think that the mysterious power will not let them go. Who can lead the way for me? I want to go to Plum Valley Villa. Yi Xian said to these people. An elder of the Lin Feng sect stepped forward. Sir Envoy, let me lead the way for you. Yi Xian nodded and followed the envoy to Plum Valley Manor. In fact, Plum Valley Manor also knew that it was very dangerous to collect so many totem beasts. Therefore, at this time, the entire manor was already on high alert. They even temporarily recruited some rogue cultivators to prepare for a fight to the death. It turned out that Plum Valley Villa's plan from the very beginning was to fight against that mysterious power. The Lin Feng sect only knew how to ask for help, but they didn't organize the forces within their borders to launch an effective counterattack. They gathered a large amount of strength, but only knew how to defend. This had already caused the people of Plum Valley Manor to be extremely disappointed. This was also the reason why the Lin Feng sect was still in a state of disunity. That was because the Lin Feng sect was too cowardly. Yi Xian's arrival came as a surprise to Plum Valley Manor. This was especially true when they heard that Yi Xian was an emissary from God's realm. This made the people of Plum Valley Manor even more excited. Therefore, when Yi Xian arrived, the villa master of Plum Valley Villa handed over all the authority without hesitation. QWPM Manor Lord, gather all the old and weak people in the manor's main hall. I will set up a restriction there to prevent the enemy from attacking. Alright, Lord Envoy, I'll get someone to arrange it immediately. Young Master, go and evacuate everyone to the Beast Valley. Except for the necessary security personnel outside, leave no one else. Lord Envoy, are you going to give up the defense of other places in the manor? The young master asked doubtfully. For them, the manor was their home. They were unwilling to take a step back. Yes, give up all the places except for the Beast Valley and the main hall. You have to know that the mysterious power is definitely not something you can fight head-on. Instead of that, it's better to just give up and concentrate all your strength to guard one place. At least, guarding one place can be the greatest use of strength, and not just send you to your deaths. Alright, Lord Envoy, I understand. According to Yi Xian's instructions, the entire manor quickly moved. They gave up what should be given up, and moved everything that could be moved away. Yi Xian had set up more than a dozen large-scale defensive restrictions, including the invincible restriction, in the main hall. Yi Xian had set up hundreds of attack restrictions in the Beast Valley. Of course, there was also an invincible restriction to take care of the injured. This mission was a rescue mission and could be considered very troublesome. However, the points were only 100. This was also the reason why no one had asked about it. But Yi Xian was different. Therefore, when he carried out the mission, he did not consider the mission itself. While Yi Xian was setting up, sure enough, it was as he had expected. That mysterious force had quietly begun to inquire about the actual situation of the Plum Valley Manor. Although they had inquired about the layout of the Plum Valley Manor and also found out about the arrival of Yi Xian, they did not care at all. Soon, a surprise attack team composed of thousands of people rushed toward the Plum Valley Manor. They rampaged all the way without the slightest hindrance until they reached the Beast Valley. This mere Plum Valley Manor actually wants to compete with us. It's simply courting death. Brothers, kill to your heart's content and enjoy yourself. As soon as they rushed over, a guy in the lower True God realm shouted incomparably loudly. However, he soon welcomed retribution. At this time, from the Beast Valley, a figure flew over and looked directly at those people. Who are you? Yi Xian asked in a flat tone. Who are we? Boy, you don't care who we are. You just need to know that none of you will survive, haha. It was still the lower True God who spoke before. At this moment, he was simply arrogant to the extreme. And the others also laughed with that person, not putting Yi Xian in their eyes at all. Suddenly, Yi Xian stretched out his hand, pointed downward, and then said softly. True 6 syllables, die. 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 Wherever Yi Xian pointed, that place would immediately become a land of death. One by one, mysterious people died in large numbers before they could even figure out what was going on. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 people died directly. Terrifying. In just an instant, a sense of horror emerged in everyone's hearts. Who exactly was this guy? How could he have such terrifying strength? With a casual point of his finger, groups of people fell down. Inexplicably, their divine personas shattered and died. Moreover, even those in the True God realm were no exception. Among these fallen people, there were actually 3 middle-ranked True Gods and 5 low-ranked True God realm powerhouses. How was this possible? 5 True God realm powerhouses were enough to sweep across Plum Valley Manor. But now, they didn't even have the qualifications to speak and were casually murdered. I'll ask you again, who are you? Who ordered you to plunder the totem beasts? Yi Xian was still casually standing proudly in midair. Beside him, 13 divine talismans were constantly rotating, as if they would fall on the people opposite in the next moment. What a terrifying power, what a valiant power. Chapter 2285. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. System notification, host has gained faith points. Yes, I have gained faith points. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. Yi Xian was slightly delighted. This was an unexpected gain. Of course, some people were happy while others were worried. At this time, the mysterious people were all panicking, but still, no one said anything. In that case, you can all go to hell. The 13 divine talismans were activated immediately. This was a crushing battle. These people were no match for Yi Xian. Moreover, the 13 divine talismans prepared by Yi Xian were extremely powerful. In an instant, the entire valley echoed with cries of agony. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care at all. Whether it was the cries or the screams, when these people were killing others, did they ever think that this day would come? Why did Yi Xian not hesitate to attack? The reason was very simple. Yi Xian knew that these thousands of people were just the vanguard. In fact, there were a few people silently observing the situation in the distance. Obviously, they were going to report the situation here. Yi Xian wanted to lure the snake out of its hole. He wanted all the mysterious people to come over. The battle ended much faster than expected, and it was also much easier than expected. When Yi Xian took the interspatial rings of those people and landed on the ground, the people of Plum Valley Manor had already knelt in front of Yi Xian. Perhaps Yi Xian's intermediate true god cultivation was doubtful at first, but when Yi Xian displayed his powerful combat strength, there was only worship in these people's hearts. Yi Xian did not pay too much attention to these people. After all, Yi Xian knew that the real battle had not yet begun. The real battle was yet to come. System: detect if there are any special resources. If there are none, devour them all. Ding. Host has broken through. Current Stage 1 Upper True God Realm. Without any special resources, the thousands of interspatial rings only allowed Yi Xian to upgrade by one level. It was indeed much more difficult to upgrade now. Of course, Yi Xian was already mentally prepared. The next 3 days were rather peaceful. However, on the 4th day, what was supposed to come finally came. A huge army of more than 50,000 people finally charged towards the Plum Valley. Yi Xian's plan had succeeded. He had successfully lured the entire mysterious army to Plum Valley Manor. At this time, the direction of the Plum Valley Villa had already become the focus of everyone in the Maple region. Many people knew that the sacred emissary had led the people of the Plum Valley Mountain Villa to battle. Furthermore, he had already obtained a victory. However, due to their fear of the mysterious power, many people were still in a wait-and-see state. To be honest, Yi Xian could only say that such a person deserved to die. What was the use of them just standing there and watching? Did they really think that they would be safe if they didn't participate in the war? Yi Xian was very clear about Annihilation's methods. Therefore, Yi Xian also understood that even if these people did not participate in the battle, once Annihilation saw their weakness, they would kill them one by one. In fact, watching from the sidelines was just waiting for death. However, Yi Xian did not want to care so much. To Yi Xian, the life and death of these people had nothing to do with him. They could do whatever they wanted. Yi Xian looked down on such cowardly people. When the mysterious army finally arrived, the Plum Valley Villa did not panic at all because Yi Xian was still there. Yi Xian was still leading them. As long as Yi Xian was in the Plum Valley Villa, they would not be afraid. Damned Plum Valley Villa, I will definitely flatten this place and avenge our dead brothers. Brothers, charge and flatten Plum Valley Villa. An upper-level true immortal shouted loudly. However, he himself was hiding behind the crowd. Brothers. Yi Xian was concerned about this name. Why did this guy call others that? Yi Xian subconsciously took a few more glances at that guy. Of course, Yi Xian was not in the mood to care at this moment. Everyone in Plum Valley Villa, I don't want to say too much. This is your home. Whether you want to protect your home or not is your own business. Now, I will fight with you. As long as you don't stop fighting, then I will not stop either. Yi Xian did not have any impassioned battle mobilization because these people did not need to be mobilized at all. They knew very well why they were fighting. Perhaps they could not protect these totem beasts, but it was impossible for them not to protect their family. Behind them was their home. A battle to the death was their only choice. Kill. In an instant, both sides erupted with extremely powerful auras. It could be said that the Plum Valley Villa side did not have the advantage in numbers. However, because of Yi Xian's arrangement, they only needed to defend the entrance of the Beast Valley. If those mysterious people wanted to try other places, whether it was Yi Xian or the people of Plum Valley Villa, they were very welcome. This was because apart from the entrance, Yi Xian had already set up restrictions in other places. Of course, the mysterious organization was not aware of this at all. Therefore, they finally sent out a branch force to try to bypass the front of the valley. Unfortunately, they were soon met with destruction. Those who attacked from the ground were better off. They were only trapped by the restrictions. As long as their reaction was fast enough, they still had a chance to escape. However, those who wanted to fly over from the sky were not so lucky. Boom! 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 Continuous roars sounded. Those were the consequences of those who tried to bypass the valley. In the front of the valley, the killing was incomparably bloody. Broken limbs littered the ground. Here, there was no reason to speak. There was only killing. Yi Xian watched all this quietly. It was not that Yi Xian was indifferent, nor was it that Yi Xian did not make a move. QWPM, but now, he could not make a move. His experience in the 100 territories of Mo told Yi Xian. If these people were truly from the Annihilation Organization, there would definitely be an expert among them. Yi Xian was precisely waiting for the appearance of that expert. The battle continued. One could say that the overall strength of the Plum Valley Manor was still too weak. Fortunately, they were able to maintain their advantage due to their geographical advantage. However, such an advantage would not last long. Could it be that Yi Xian had guessed wrongly and no Annihilation Organization members had participated in this battle? Yi Xian casually raised his hand, and a mysterious power was suddenly activated. Mantra of the 6 syllables, life. In an instant, several hundred Plum Valley disciples that had died in battle were resurrected. Next, Yi Xian's hand started glowing once again. Those heavily injured Plum Valley disciples were pleasantly surprised to find that their wounds were healing rapidly. Even their internal injuries were healing rapidly. Countless people looked at Yi Xian. In their eyes, apart from worship, there was also fear. However, Yi Xian did not care at all. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, this was merely a matter of convenience. His goal was to wait for the appearance of that expert. Suddenly, the system's alarm sounded. Ding! Warning! Warning! Detection of a powerful attack. Boom! A ray of light rushed towards Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian had been on guard, so this attack missed. Chapter 2286. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Needless to say, Yi Xian knew that the person who had ambushed him was from the Annihilation Organization. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. After all, Yi Xian's resurrection skill was too powerful. It was beyond everyone's imagination. No one knew how Yi Xian did it, but everyone knew that if Yi Xian were to continue like this, then the final result would be that they would be exhausted to death. You're asking for it. Yi Xian moved and charged towards the person who had ambushed him. Because he had been on high alert, Yi Xian had already discovered the person the moment he made his move. This person had disguised himself as an ordinary disciple and blended into the crowd. Although Yi Xian did not know why he did so, he was too naive to think that he could avoid Yi Xian's detection. Deicide slash. Yi Xian held the Godslayer in his hand and slashed out in an instant. The sword light immediately scattered in the air. 7 sword lights blasted into the crowd. Boom! 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 At least dozens of people were directly killed. As for the person who ambushed Yi Xian, he actually exploded with a one-hit kill and was instantly killed. Kill! Seeing Yi Xian's ferocity, these people were not frightened. Instead, they charged towards Yi Xian. This was because they knew that Yi Xian was the real commander. If they killed Yi Xian, they would be victorious. Yi Xian smirked. With a wave of his hand, a dozen divine talismans appeared. Since these people wanted to die, Yi Xian did not mind fulfilling their wishes. Divine talismans were Dharma treasures that specialized in attacking. They were even more powerful than seals. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly attacked. The dozens of divine talismans immediately turned into a dance of death. It swept through the enemy's entire camp. In the sky and on the ground, the enemy was killed one by one. Some people did not even know how they died. 6 syllables, die. Spiritual control. Kill each other. For these ordinary disciples who were only at the God realm or the heavenly God realm, they weren't a threat to Yi Xian at all. With a casual wave of his hand, dozens of people would fall. At this moment, life seemed so insignificant, even if these people were gods. The moment Yi Xian attacked, the entire battle changed. Because Yi Xian was so powerful that the enemy could not do anything to him. Moreover, he was to kill to say, it was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. To Yi. In a short while, the mysterious people had already retreated in shock. No one could stop Yi Xian's footsteps, translation to. Yi Xian to Li, to say, Yi Xian translation. As Yi Xian, master, to Yi Xian was to translation to translation. Calm, translation. Calm under Yi Xian's provocation, the members of the Plum Valley's group's fighting spirit soared. They gave up on defending and changed to attacking. Yi. Retreat. The enemy finally could not resist. With Yi Xian around, they could not even gather their strength. Even a true God realm expert could be easily killed by Yi Xian, not to mention the others. It was very similar to Mo Bai Jing. Here, a true God realm expert was the strongest. So, how could anyone threaten Yi Xian? The enemy retreated like the tide. Although the disciples of Plum Valley fought hard, they were outnumbered, so it was impossible for them to really annihilate the enemy. As the pursuit went deeper, it was very likely that they would be surrounded. Retreat. Retreat to the entrance of the valley. Yi Xian gave the order casually. No one dared to disobey Yi Xian's order. Yi Xian conquered everyone with his own strength. In the Battle of the Beast Valley, the mysterious people suffered heavy losses, leaving at least 3,000 corpses. However, this was something they could accept. However, the biggest significance of this battle was that after this battle, all the forces in the Lin Feng sect began to pay attention to the battle here, and even sent people to prepare for support. After all, it was not that all the sects and families in the Lin Feng sect did not really want to resist the enemy, but there had been no one to take the lead. Yi Xian's identity as the messenger of the God realm, coupled with the victory of the Battle of the Beast Valley, made them see an opportunity. Since they said that they could protect their homeland, since there was someone to take the lead, they naturally would not sit back and do nothing. In the following period of time, under the leadership of Yi Xian, Plum Valley Villa won again and again, and one by one, large and small sects also joined the coalition forces of Plum Valley Villa. It could be said that the bigger the battle, the smoother it was. Originally, Yi Xian thought that this time, it would be a war of attrition that would last for a while. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, that mysterious force actually disappeared inexplicably. Yes, they retreated without a fight, and even directly could not find a trace of them. Yi Xian continued to search for a few more days but still could not find them, so he could only return to the Kunlun realm and submit the mission. This time, the mission only gave Yi Xian 100 points. Of course, from the beginning, Yi Xian did not care about how many points this mission gave. He only cared about the news of the annihilation of the organization. Of course, this was not all that he had gained. The most significant gain was probably the faith points. Once again, Yi Xian went to the mission distribution office and carefully looked at the mission. Yi Xian wanted to earn points, but he was not very anxious. Yi Xian now wanted to search all the suspicious places at once. As long as there was a mission that might have information about the annihilation of the organization, Yi Xian would not let it go. Soon, Yi Xian found a new mission. QWPM God-level mission, mission requirement, explore the mysterious secret realm, the Mixed Yuan Mystic Realm. It was said that the Mixed Yuan Mystic Realm had been completely explored by people, and there were no noteworthy treasures inside. However, for some reason, during this period of time, a large number of gods had entered, and a lot of resources had been transported in. As no one knew what was going on, the Kunlun realm issued this mission and asked disciples to go and investigate. Although this mission did not mention anything about the possible annihilation of the organization, Yi Xian felt that it was not that simple. Therefore, Yi Xian accepted this mission. Are you sure you want to accept this mission? The disciple in charge of issuing the mission looked at Yi Xian in shock. One had to know that Yi Xian was only an upper-level true god, and it was very dangerous for him to carry out a god-level mission. Yes, I am sure. Yi Xian nodded and answered. Well, since you've made your own choice, I can't say anything. Here, this is a recording device. After you enter that place, activate this device and you'll be able to record the situation inside. When the time comes, we'll use this to judge your degree of completion and reward you with points. Yi Xian nodded. No wonder this mission did not mention what the reward would be. It turned out that the reward for this mission was uncertain. Soon, Yi Xian set out again. Chapter 2287. The primordial chaos secret realm was also located at the border of the Kunlun god domain. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. Of course, if they really wanted to destroy the organization, they could only move around in the convenient areas. Perhaps some Lord God territories had already been completely controlled by the Annihilation Organization, but at the very least, the Kunlun God territory had not yet. And for some reason, Yi Xian had a feeling that something big was about to happen. This was a baseless guess, but that was what Yi Xian felt. Moreover, Yi Xian had always trusted his intuition. However, as for what would happen, they could only wait until it happened before they knew. With the teleportation authority, Yi Xian advanced at an extremely fast speed. Therefore, it did not take long for him to arrive at the primordial mystery realm. Generally speaking, in the Master God's domain, the so-called border region could only be said to be too far away from the Master God's city. It was not a true border. This was because the borders of the sovereign domains were the battlefields of the sovereigns. Every single over-god's domain, no matter how many other over-god's domains they bordered, would set up an over-god battlefield without exception. Even if there was no battle. These battlefields of sovereigns were the true borderlands. As for the other places, they couldn't be considered borders. Of course, most of the time, such a remote area would not be valued. The primordial chaos mystic realm was located in such a place. This was a slightly protruding area. 3 sides of him were shattered void, there was no way to go, and only one side was the entrance. It would be one thing if that was all, but the environment here was extremely dangerous. This was a dangerous area. The laws of nature were damaged, causing chaos here. Moreover, there were many special divine beasts living here. Therefore, in reality, there was no such thing as a sect in this place. However, there were some people who came to hunt for divine beasts. Of course, that was all. After all, even the primeval chaos mystery realm had run out of resources. What attraction would this place have? However, for some reason, during this period of time, there were a large number of people coming in and out of this place. At this time, Yi Xian had already arrived at this place called the Devil's Peninsula by the locals. From the mouths of the locals who hunted mythological beasts for a living, Yi Xian found a small path that led to the interior of the Devil's Peninsula. At this moment, Yi Xian was walking on this path. It could be said that the Demon Peninsula was extremely dangerous. Yi Xian hadn't gone far when he encountered a divine beast blocking his path. Ding! System notification. Target set, first rank lower divine lord. Ding! System notification, please take note, host. Target mythological beast, slight mutation, please take note. Slight mutation. What does this mean? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Naturally, he focused his attention on the divine beast and carefully observed it. On the surface, this mythical beast didn't seem to be anything special. Even when Yi Xian used the system to detect it, he couldn't see anything special. Since he couldn't tell, then he would try it himself. Thousand Beast Sword Servant. Yi Xian summoned the Thousand Beast Sword Servant and let it test the divine beast first. The Thousand Beast Sword Servant was extremely fast and rushed over. However, before it could make a move, the divine beast made its move first. Roar! The divine beast roared angrily. Then, dozens of withered skeletons emerged from the ground. Yes, withered skeletons. Yi Xian had seen the withered skeleton sword servant before, but that was also true. However, this divine beast in front of him could actually emit a mysterious black aura from its body and give life to those withered skeletons. This black aura wasn't the demonic aura that Yi Xian encountered at the demonized murlocs. It was a new type of power. What is this? Yi Xian asked the system. Ding! System notification, insufficient data, unable to detect, QWPM insufficient data. That meant that this was something that Yi Xian had never encountered before. However, what exactly was this aura? At this moment, the Thousand Beast Sword Servant had already reached its attacking position. It waved its hand casually. 10 leveled-up mounts appeared. Then, under the Thousand Beast Sword Servant's command, the stone leveled-up mounts charged forward. This was to test the strength of those withered skeletons that had been revived. What surprised Yi Xian was that these skeletons didn't have much strength at all. The 10 divine rank mounts didn't even need to expend too much strength to directly annihilate all the skeletons. Yi Xian frowned as he watched all this. The Thousand Beast Sword Servant was still attacking continuously. However, for some reason, although the Thousand Beast Sword Servant had the initiative and was suppressing the divine beast, he felt that something was amiss. However, Yi Xian always felt that it was extremely strange. He always felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was feeling puzzled, he saw something that he couldn't believe. He saw that the withered skeletons that were crushed by the divine beast mounts were emitting a faint black aura. Then, it continued to erode the divine beast mount's consciousness. Towards the end, it was even trying to control the divine beast mounts. Although Yi Xian's divine beast mounts were absolutely loyal, they couldn't be controlled by the black aura. Even if there was no other choice, these divine beast mounts would rather disappear than be controlled. However, Yi Xian was shocked in an instant. Because Yi Xian might have come into contact with the secret of this place. Yi Xian thought of a possibility. A very likely possibility. That was that the divine beasts and humans here might have all been controlled, including the person who had given Yi Xian directions at the beginning. It was very likely that all living things here were controlled by the black aura. Why did Yi Xian think this? Was it simply because the black aura was trying to control the divine beast mounts? Of course not. Yi Xian had his own reasons for thinking this way. Because Yi Xian remembered. The person who had given him directions had a dazed expression. At the time, Yi Xian didn't think much of it, but now that he saw this scene, he realized that the dazed expression wasn't normal at all. He had to get out of here. After Yi Xian understood these things, he was greatly alarmed. He immediately retreated backwards, wanting to leave this place. But now that Yi Xian wanted to leave, how could he leave so easily? Just as Yi Xian's figure started to retreat, he realized that there were dozens of people blocking his path behind him. Ding! System notification, target specified, lowest cultivation level, low-level Divine Lord. The lowest cultivation level was low-level Divine Lord. That meant that Yi Xian couldn't force his way through. What should he do? Yi Xian's mind raced. He really didn't expect that this place would be completely controlled by the black aura. Chapter 2288. Yi Xian could not break through the blockade behind him. He could only run to the side. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. It could be said that once he fled, Yi Xian would fall into endless trouble. Yi Xian knew this, but what could he do? Even if he knew, how could he not run? If he did not run, he would be waiting for death. God's blossom sword servants. In an instant, Yi Xian summoned the divine flower sword attendants and had them stall for time. As for Yi Xian himself, he'd already plunged into the dense forest beside him. The teleportation ability of the wings of the gods required energy to be used. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had already used up all his energy in his previous battle with Kunbuyu. In fact, Yi Xian was feeling a little regretful. That battle had been satisfying, but now, in this situation, it was not going to be easy. Wei Zhentian, magic treasure form. Yi Xian shouted. He hoped that Wei Zhentian could transform into a magic treasure that would help them in this situation, such as a flying boat or something. Unfortunately, Yi Xian also knew that there were no such things as coincidences. As expected, Wei Zhentian's 3 chances did not even allow him to transform into a flying magic treasure. Damn it, I miscalculated this time. Yi Xian was a little frustrated. Of course, no matter how frustrated he was, he did not dare to stay here any longer. After some time, Yi Xian was sure that he had escaped the pursuit of those people. Only then did he stop. But now, he did not even know where he was. This was a forest. Ancient trees so tall that they blocked out the sun, making it seem a little eerie. From time to time, some strange poisonous insects would appear. Of course, they were no threat to Yi Xian. Being trapped here is not a solution. I have to think of a way to get out of here. Yi Xian carefully walked forward, but he had only taken a few steps when the system's warning sounded. Ding! System notification: an extremely powerful divine beast has been detected ahead. It is recommended that the host change his route. There was a powerful divine beast ahead. Yi Xian did not know why the system had suddenly reminded him, but since the system had said so, Yi Xian naturally had to change his direction. However, after walking for a short while, the same system notification sounded again. Yi Xian changed his direction a few times, but it was the same result every time. Most importantly, there was a special suppression here. Yi Xian could not even activate the concealment ability of the wings of the gods. It was as if there was a mysterious power that prevented any concealment ability. Just now, Yi Xian had actually entered such a special divine beast's nest as he fled. And they were all extremely powerful divine beasts. How could this be? To be able to cause the system to give an alarm, then it was likely that it was at least a god beast at the middle-level divine lord realm or above. How could there be so many powerful god beasts here? It was impossible for the system to make a mistake, so these divine beasts really did exist. However, Yi Xian could not understand why so many powerful divine beasts had gathered in such a remote place. What did this mean? Sword Attendant Wan Sun. Yi Xian summoned the little sword attendant Wan Sun. This little guy had strong detection abilities, was very small, and was very fast. Sword Attendant Wan Sun, go and find a way out for me. Yi Xian ordered the sword attendant Wan Sun. He did not dare to act rashly now. Provoking divine beasts in a divine beast's nest was not a wise choice. If Yi Xian was not careful, he would not just provoke 1 or 2 powerful divine beasts. Yi Xian did not dare to take the risk. He carefully observed his surroundings, but the more he thought about it, the stranger it became. Normally, divine beasts were at least mid-level divine lords, and their divine senses were not weak either. In that case, it was impossible for them not to discover Yi Xian. Under normal circumstances, once divine beasts discovered an enemy, they would definitely attack immediately. However, Yi Xian had just rushed out a few times. Logically speaking, even if those divine beasts had territorial awareness, Yi Xian should have invaded their territory long ago. They should have attacked Yi Xian. However, why was Yi Xian not attacked at all? Now, Yi Xian was surrounded by these powerful divine beasts. These divine beasts clearly knew of his existence, but they did not come forward. What was going on? This situation was very strange. Yi Xian thought for a while and realized that the only explanation lay in the place he was in now. After the sword attendant Wan Sun returned, Yi Xian was even more certain of one thing. This place was very strange. System, can you do a comprehensive detection of the surroundings? See if there's anything strange about this place. Ding. System notification, activating the detection ability requires 10,000 faith points. Would the host like to confirm? Yes, system. How many faith points do I have now? Ding. System notification, the host currently has 16,300 faith points. 16,000 faith points. QWPM Yi Xian clearly remembered that he had used up all his faith points the last time. Could it be that Overwave City gave him another 16,000 faith points so quickly? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be that fast. Suddenly, Yi Xian thought of Plum Valley Villa. Yes, Yi Xian had obtained faith points when he was in Plum Valley Villa. However, Yi Xian did not think that he could obtain much at that time, so he did not care. However, it seemed that was not the case at all. That's right. This time, Yi Xian went to help the Plum Valley Villa as an envoy of the Divine Realm. It could be said that he had saved the Plum Valley Villa, so in the eyes of everyone in the Plum Valley Villa, Yi Xian was naturally extraordinary. Therefore, after Yi Xian left, there were still countless people who worshipped him and had faith in him. Since he had obtained faith points, he might as well use them. System, use faith points to scan this place. Yi Xian said to the system. Ding. Host has used the detection ability. Ding. Scan successful. Ding. Host, please take note. A mysterious area has been discovered up ahead. Host is advised to check it out. Mysterious area. Yi Xian wanted to see what was so mysterious about it. Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly walked forward. After a while, what appeared in front of Yi Xian was a lake. A black lake. This lake was not very big and could be seen in its entirety at a glance. Furthermore, from the surface, there did not seem to be anything special. However, since the system had said that this was a mysterious area, then there must be something special about it. Yi Xian circled the lake but did not find anything special. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What was so strange about this that the system would say that this was a mysterious area? With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian prepared to retrieve some of the lake water to examine it carefully. However, this time, he finally found something special. Yi Xian could not retrieve the lake water at all. Chapter 2289. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, there was not a single drop of water in the lake. What was going on? Yi Xian frowned slightly. There was something strange about this lake water. Ding. System notification, congratulations to the host for discovering the blood of an ancient demon. It is recommended that the host collect it immediately. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. Wait a minute. System, you said that this lake's water is the blood of some ancient demon god. Yi Xian's heart was filled with astonishment. Such a large lake, if it really was the blood of an ancient demon god, then how huge would that ancient demon god be? Ding. System notification, the blood of an ancient demon can be used to strengthen the host's bloodline or special bloodline. The key is, how do I collect it? Yes, Yi Xian could not think of a good way to collect the blood of an ancient demon. Yi Xian had tried it with his magic treasure earlier. Any magic treasure that entered the lake water would quickly lose its divine power. After leaving the lake water, it would slowly recover its divine power. In other words, this lake water had the effect of blocking out divine power. Devour. Yi Xian waved his hand and changed his method again. He was going to use the devouring space to absorb the lake water. At first, there was no reaction. But just as Yi Xian thought that he had failed, suddenly, a strong force came. It was the attractive force of the lake water. A force, a mysterious force, was actually interacting with Yi Xian's devouring force. At this time, even if Yi Xian wanted to withdraw his devouring space, he could not do so. System, what's going on? Yi Xian had never encountered such a situation before, so he immediately asked the system. Ding! System notification, the blood of an ancient demon has changed its attribute. Ding! System notification, insufficient information, unable to determine the specific quality. Ding! System automatically strengthened devouring space. A series of notifications made Yi Xian unsure whether this was a blessing or a curse. From the system's notifications, Yi Xian understood that this lake water was not the blood of an ancient demon, but something of a higher level. But as for what it was, the system could not give an answer. Logically speaking, this was definitely a good thing for Yi Xian. After all, how could something of a higher level than the blood of an ancient demon be ordinary? But the prerequisite was that Yi Xian could subdue this thing. But the situation now was that Yi Xian and the lake water were in a stalemate. The two forces of the devouring space were in a stalemate in the devouring Yi Xian's devouring space. Or, it was devouring Yi Xian's devouring space. QWPM at this time, the system's devouring space was, the lake water, seemed that the lake water was also the devouring space. Even Yi Xian translation, the translation, d****. If this goes on, it won't work. Yi Xian panicked. If this continued, Yi Xian would be at a disadvantage. What should I do? I have to think of a way out. Wait a minute, this lake water seems to be able to devour divine power. If I attack now, will it divert a portion of its power to devour divine power? Suddenly, Yi Xian had a flash of inspiration as he thought of a possibility. Although Yi Xian couldn't move right now, Wei Zhentian and the others could move. Thinking of this possibility, Yi Xian did not hesitate in the slightest. Thousand Beast Sword Servants. Flower God Sword Servants. Come out, all of you. The two great sword servants appeared in an instant. As soon as they appeared, Yi Xian immediately gave the order. All God-class mounts and flower gods, jump into the lake. Upon receiving the order, all the God-class mounts and flower gods jumped into the lake without hesitation. Splat! Splat! Yi Xian could clearly see that the moment they entered the water, both the God-class mounts and the flower gods were immediately melted and devoured. However, Yi Xian did not hesitate. He could not hesitate. Wei Zhentian, control the God Slayer and attack. Yi Xian gave the order to Wei Zhentian again. With a whoosh, the God Slayer flew past Yi Xian. Then it launched attack after attack from midair. Boom! 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 However, the lake water did not stir up the slightest ripple. All the God-class mounts, flower gods, and God-slayers' attacks could not even cause a ripple in the lake water. What a terrifying lake water! No, it should be said that it was a terrifying elite. After all, this was the blood of an elite, not real lake water. Just what kind of expert was this? His blood was actually able to maintain such a strong power even after so long. Fortunately, Yi Xian's series of actions were effective. At this point, the devouring power of the lake water had decreased significantly. In this way, Yi Xian's side would gain the advantage. Quick, system, devour. Then quickly escape. Yes, Yi Xian would not miss such a good opportunity. Of course, it was impossible to completely devour the lake water. However, Yi Xian believed that even a little bit would be useful. However, even if he sacrificed all of his divine rank mounts and the 100-flower goddess, at the same time, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword to madly attack. However, he only managed to buy a little bit of time for Yi Xian. In that little bit of time, Yi Xian did not even manage to devour a bucket of the lake water. After that, Yi Xian broke away from the devouring power and stood by the lake, bewildered. When Yi Xian looked at the lake water again, he could not help but shudder. Fortunately, he managed to obtain a bucket in the end. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian was willing, he could wait for his mounts to level up and the flower gods to respawn. Yi Xian knew that good things like this were hard to come by. As such, Yi Xian did not even consider leaving. Instead, he continued to collect the lake water. Yi Xian was very patient. As time passed and he mastered the technique, Yi Xian could already devour 2 buckets of the lake water at once. All of the lake water was stored in Yi Xian's devouring space. Initially, Yi Xian had only intended to store more of it since it was a good thing. After all, this strange place was not a place where Yi Xian could enter at will. However, when he had stored up to 100 buckets, the system's notification sounded. Ding! System notification: host can now condense the lake water. Do you wish to condense it? Condense the lake water. What was the use of that? However, since the system had said so, there must be a use for condensing it. Alright, condense it. Yi Xian said to the system. Chapter 2290. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The lake became smaller and smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. One day. This process continued for an entire day. When the lake was finally condensed, Yi Xian was shocked. It was actually a drop of purple blood. Yes, after using so much lake water, he only managed to condense a drop of purple blood. Of course, even so, the blood contained in the lake was extremely terrifying. System, what is this? Ding! System notification: host's current level is not high enough to view. Ding! System notification: unknown blood. Usage unknown. Host is advised to store it. After spending so much time and energy, all he got was a drop of blood that he didn't even know what it was used for. Should he continue to collect it? Yi Xian was hesitant. Yi Xian didn't know what this thing was for at the moment. It was so difficult to collect it. If he continued to collect it, wouldn't it be a waste of time? However, Yi Xian was certain that this blood was not simple. This was indeed a dilemma. Forget it, I'll just collect 9 more drops. I'll get a total of 10 drops of purple blood. Then, I'll leave. Regardless of whether I can find out what this blood is for in the future, at least I won't have any regrets. Yi Xian made his decision. This collection took an entire year and a half. As Yi Xian became more proficient in collecting the blood, his timing also improved. However, it still took him a year and a half to collect 10 drops of purple blood. In this past year and a half, perhaps it was because Yi Xian was by the lake, but he didn't receive any threats from divine beasts. Of course, in this past year and a half, it was impossible for Yi Xian to say that he'd improved at all. QWPM. Other than the 10 drops of purple blood, he didn't get anything else. It's time to leave. After staying here for so long, it was time to leave. There was no point in continuing to stay here. However, how to leave was another problem. There were many high-level divine beasts in the surroundings. It could be said that Yi Xian would be safe if he stayed by the lake, but if he left, those divine beasts would immediately attack him. However, even if that was the case, Yi Xian could not say that he would stay here forever. Sword Attendant Wan Sun, go and detect where the divine beast is the weakest. Yi Xian ordered Sword Attendant Wan Sun. After a round of investigation, Sword Attendant Wan Chuan finally found the weakest divine beast. In that case, there was no doubt that Yi Xian could only break through from the direction of this divine beast. Yi Xian's figure moved as he directly charged forward. Very quickly, he arrived at the so-called weakest divine beast that the myriad search sword attendant had detected. Ding! System notification. Target has been set. 4th rank middle level Divine Lord. A level 5 middle class Divine Lord. Was there even a need to fight? Yi Xian did not have the slightest confidence. After all, he was only a 1st rank upper level true god. He was 2 whole realms away from a 5th rank middle level Divine Lord. The gap was too big. However, did Yi Xian have a choice? Since there was no other choice, he could only fight to the death. If he really couldn't win, Yi Xian could only retreat to the lake and wait for the wings of the gods to recover. After all, there was no other way. System, what kind of divine beast is this? At this moment, Yi Xian was looking at the divine beast from afar. His heart was full of doubts. This divine beast was a type that he had never seen before. Furthermore, Yi Xian could feel that the divine beast was also looking at him. However, the divine beast did not make any unnecessary movements. He didn't know what it wanted to do. The divine beast in front of Yi Xian looked very similar to a lion. However, it had 3 tails and a single horn on its forehead. The most unique feature was its 2 nostrils. One of its nostrils was constantly spewing out flames, while the other was spewing out frost. Flames and frost coexisted in the divine beast's body. This was considered a rare sight. Ding! System notification. Target has been set. Fire Frost Lion. Ding! Fire Frost Lion has the special ability to control both fire and frost. It can control both fire and frost attacks. Ding! Fire Frost Lion has the special ability, Frost Fire Domain. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Domain. This time, he had finally encountered a divine beast with a true domain. If he wanted to defeat such a powerful existence, Yi Xian could not be reckless. Therefore, he had to make sufficient preparations. While the Fire Frost Lion was ignoring him, Yi Xian began to set up restrictions. At the same time, he had to refine a large number of divine talismans. When he was collecting the purple blood, Yi Xian did not use up too many resources. Therefore, he could still set up some restrictions. However, this time, Yi Xian was preparing to refine a special restriction. A special restriction that combined divine talismans to attack. It could be said that Yi Xian had never set up such a restriction before. However, in order to deal with the Fire Frost Lion, he had no choice but to do so. Refining such a special restriction required a large amount of time. Yi Xian understood that if the Fire Frost Lion attacked Yi Xian before Yi Xian finished refining the restriction, then Yi Xian would not have a chance to successfully refine the restriction. However, if Yi Xian retreated to set up the restriction, the attack range of the restriction would not be so wide. Therefore, he could only choose to refine the restriction here. Yi Xian moved quickly. However, it was not easy to refine the restriction. Fortunately, for some reason, the Fire Frost Lion did not leave its original position. It did not take the initiative to attack Yi Xian. This gave Yi Xian plenty of time. Ding! System notice: congratulations to the host. You have successfully refined the Divine Phantom Talisman restriction. Yi Xian looked at his masterpiece and was very satisfied. The Dark Illusion Divine Talisman was made from 99 Darkness Divine Talismans and 99 Illusion Divine Talismans. Once it was activated, it would produce a continuous attack. Moreover, the core of the Divine Phantom Talisman restriction was not the Divine Talisman, but the restriction itself. When activated, this restriction would form a unique restriction half territory. Although it was only a half territory, its power was not to be underestimated. This was the first time Yi Xian had used such a special restriction that combined divine talismans and restrictions. The power of this restriction would only be known through actual combat. Alright, then, let's have a decisive battle. Yi Xian knew that his opponent this time was an unprecedented challenge. He was not afraid, but he had to be cautious. Thousand Beast Sword Attendant. Chapter 2291. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The fiery frost lion was truly powerful. The Thousand Beast Sword Servant led 1,000 divine beast mounts into the fray. The divine beast mounts could summon a minimum of gold beasts, and they could even summon 100 platinum beasts and a few purple gold beasts. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. However, even such a powerful force was nothing in front of the fiery frost lion. The fiery frost lion moved, and with a wave of its claws, a wave of frost gushed out. The frost was extremely cold, and its attack range was extremely large. Many divine beast mounts were instantly killed, and some were even frozen. However, this was not the greatest threat. The greatest threat was the fiery frost lion's next attack. The fiery frost lion opened its mouth and roared. Following its roar was a powerful wall of fire. QWPM. The wall of fire pushed forward, and in an instant, hundreds of divine beast mounts were trapped by the frost and burned to death. The Thousand Beast Sword Servant did not retreat. Instead, it ordered the divine beast mounts to continue charging. Thousand Beasts Feast. Yi Xian immediately activated the Thousand Beasts Feast to further strengthen the divine beast mounts. The divine beast mounts were not weak either. Although they were facing a divine lord-ranked divine beast, this did not mean that they did not have the ability to fight back. A few of the divine beast mounts turned into streaks of light and charged towards the fiery frost lion. Boom! Boom! They did not use any offensive techniques, only the simplest of charging. After all, Yi Xian's order to the Thousand Beast Sword Servant was not to kill, but to lure the enemy. Yi Xian did not expect to rely on the divine beast mounts to kill the divine beast in front of him. After a few more frenzied collisions, although they did not cause much damage to the fiery frost lion, they successfully enraged it. The fiery frost lion roared loudly and pounced towards the divine beast mounts. The Thousand Beast Sword Servant naturally retreated as it fought. One by one, the divine beast mounts continued to charge forward, even though it was basically suicide. Step by step, they lured the fiery frost lion towards the restriction set up by Yi Xian. This fire frost lion was incomparably powerful. At the same time, its intelligence wasn't low either. He knew that Yi Xian had set up a trap in front of him. However, Yi Xian's cultivation level was so low that even though the fire frost lion knew that there was danger ahead, it didn't care at all. Roar! The fire frost lion roared and sped up. With a single charge, he sent dozens of divine-grade mounts flying, or even directly killed them. However, with this dash, he had already rushed into Yi Xian's restriction. Seal, open! Yi Xian roared. In an instant, the environment around the fire frost lion changed. The most important part of the Dark Illusion Talisman was the word dark and the word illusion. At this moment, the effect of the half restriction was activated. The Fire Frost Lion was instantly trapped within the half-restriction of the Dark Illusion Divine Talisman. Yi Xian, who was standing outside, could clearly see the Fire Frost Lion trying to escape. However, this was a half-restriction. It wasn't going to be that easy to escape. The 99 Darkness Divine Talismans were constantly changing. No matter where the Fire Frost Lion tried to go, it would be transported to the center by the power of the 9 Darkness Divine Talisman. The power of the 99 Illusion Divine Talismans had also been activated. Illusory figures appeared one after another. These figures were formed by the divine power of the Illusion Divine Talisman. These figures kept charging at the Fire Frost Lion. If the Fire Frost Lion ignored them, they would continue to attack. However, if the Fire Frost Lion tried to kill them, they would immediately self-detonate. Most importantly, there seemed to be no end to these figures. They were condensing at every moment. Once they were condensed, they would charge at the Fire Frost Lion without hesitation. The self-detonation of these figures could hurt the Fire Frost Lion, but it wouldn't hurt the other figures. Instead, it would strengthen the other figures. If the Fire Frost Lion didn't fight back, it would only be able to passively take the beating. However, the result of fighting back was that the figures would become stronger and stronger. Even Yi Xian was shocked. This method was simply unimaginable. Although the Illusion Divine Talisman was only a half restriction, it wasn't a real restriction. However, it could still gather the surrounding divine power. Therefore, around the restriction, divine power was constantly being drawn into the formation. Weren't the figures condensed from the divine power coming from outside? However, once the divine power entered, it wouldn't leak out from inside the restriction. Therefore, the overall divine power in the restriction was constantly strengthening. Even if the figures were killed by the Fire Frost Lion, the overall divine power was still there. Within the restriction, the divine power would only become stronger. Those figures were just condensed from the divine power. Yi Xian stood quietly to the side, watching the Fire Frost Lion struggle. Yi Xian was waiting for the best opportunity. It could be said that this time, Yi Xian had to choose the right time to strike. Moreover, he had to rely on a critical hit to kill the Fire Frost Lion. The difference in level was too great. This was already the strongest opponent Yi Xian had ever faced. Ding! System notification, detected special blood in the target's body. Ding! System notification, congratulations to the host for discovering the only hidden mission, Purple Blood Saint. Ding! System notification, this mission requires the host to kill all the divine beasts here. Ding! System notification, since the host discovered this mission early, the system will compensate the host with a permanent teleportation. Ding! Teleportation activated successfully. The host can now freely teleport between the Kunlun realm and the mysterious lake. Host, please note that teleportation is not allowed during battle. The series of system notifications made Yi Xian confused. What was going on? Was the system giving him benefits? Ding! System notification, the humanization level of the system has reached the highest level. From now on, it can no longer be improved. After waiting for a long time, the system suddenly gave another notification. However, this time, Yi Xian understood why there was such a good thing as giving benefits. However, Yi Xian still felt that the system was not humanized enough. Of course, compared to before, it was much better. Yi Xian was still quite satisfied. Yi Xian smiled as he looked at the trapped Fire Frost Lion in front of him. However, he was no longer worried. No matter how high the cultivation level of the monster here was, it was still his prey. Moreover, it was the kind of prey that he could kill at any time. He did not know what kind of benefits he would get after completing the mission of Purple Blood Saint. Suddenly, the Fire Frost Lion let out a loud roar. Then, with the Fire Frost Lion as the center, a territory appeared in an instant. In the over-god realm, the greatest symbol was the territory. A territory represented the ability to borrow the power of the precepts to create their own world. Chapter 2292. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Within Yi Xian's Phantom Talisman restriction, a strange domain that was half as red as fire and half as blue as ice appeared. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. As for the phantoms, once they entered the domain, they would either be destroyed by the flames or frozen by the frost. Outside the Blazing Lion's domain, phantoms were constantly being destroyed and turned into divine power. For a moment, it was a stalemate. Logically speaking, in such a situation, Yi Xian should be worried. After all, the Blazing Frost Lion's goal was obvious. It was to destroy Yi Xian's restriction from the inside. However, the result was the opposite. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he rushed out. Good chance, Wei Zhentian, let's go. What was Yi Xian trying to do? Wasn't he courting death by barging into the Blazing Frost Lion's restriction? What the Blazing Lion released was a real restriction. It was not something Yi Xian could withstand. What was he trying to do? Die for me. With a whoosh, Yi Xian threw the God Slayer with all his might. Yi Xian was using the God Slayer as a throwing knife. Using Yi Xian's strength, Wei Zhentian controlled the God Slayer at full speed and charged at the Blazing Lion. It turned out that the Blazing Lion was at his weakest when he released his domain. This was because when the divine power in his body suddenly erupted, his body would naturally be weaker. After all, the Blazing Lion was only a mid-level divine lord. He had only just mastered the power of a domain. The power of fire roasted the God Slayer while the power of frost slowed down the God Slayer. However, combined with Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian's strength, the God Slayer's speed had already exceeded its limit. Puchi. The sword pierced through. Under the tenfold critical strike, the God Slayer left a huge gash on the Blazing Frost Lion's body. Then, without stopping, the God Slayer charged out of the domain. Roar! The Fire Frost Lion let out an earth-shattering roar, perhaps because of the pain, or perhaps because of its unwillingness. That powerful roar contained boundless power. In an instant, countless mountains crumbled, and countless ancient trees were uprooted. Even Yi Xian was blown away by this force and almost lost his footing. Go to hell. Yi Xian forcibly resisted the powerful force and barged into the Fire Frost Lion's domain. Countless phantoms followed Yi Xian as he charged forward. Due to the power of the Fire Frost Lion's domain, they were quickly wiped out. However, it created a protective barrier for Yi Xian. Bang! Pang pang pang! One by one, the divine talismans exploded, releasing a large amount of divine power and illusions. Yi Xian was staking everything on a single throw. Success or failure, it all depended on this time. The Dark Illusion Talisman restriction that Yi Xian had spent so much effort to set up was rapidly crumbling. However, the countless phantoms were also opening a path for him to reach the mythical beast. The Fire Frost Lion's restriction could not suppress Yi Xian's phantoms. This was because Yi Xian was using explosive power to resist the Fire Frost Lion's normal power. With a whoosh, the God Slayer returned to Yi Xian's hands under Wei Zhentian's control. At this moment, Yi Xian was less than 100 meters away from the Fire Frost Lion. 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Die! Yi Xian suddenly swung the God Slayer. 7 streaks of sword light surged towards the Fire Frost Lion like a wave. Boom! 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 Tenfold critical strike. Tenfold critical strike. 1 hit, 1 kill. Ha! Yi Xian could not help but laugh out loud. He had lost his composure this time, but this victory was worth laughing out loud. Yi Xian had planned for so long and fought for so long just for this final strike. Furthermore, he had to rely on the critical strike. However, he had made the right bet this time. Therefore, he had profited greatly this time. Devour. Yi Xian waved his hand and the Firefrost Lion's corpse was directly devoured by him. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is 3rd grade Superior True Immortal. 3rd grade Superior True Immortal. Yi Xian frowned slightly. This upgrade was not considered small, but this time, the target he had killed was also a mid-level Divine Lord. Ding! System notification, host has obtained Fire Law and Frost Law fragments. Ding! When the number of law fragments reaches a certain number, the host can directly use the power of the laws. Ding! Different laws require different amounts of fragments. Furthermore, the quality of the laws is also different. Ding! System notification, host has killed the Firefrost Lion and obtained 1 drop of golden blood. Golden blood. Yi Xian had obtained the purple blood from the mysterious lake. Of course, he did not know what use it had. However, now that he had obtained the golden blood, what use did it have? System, what use does this golden blood have? Ding! System notification, host's level is insufficient. Unable to view. Alright, it was the same as the purple blood. He did not know what use it had. However, there was one thing that Yi Xian could be sure of. This thing was definitely useful. Furthermore, it was a rare good thing. At this time, Yi Xian had already used up all the resources he had. After all, it was a semi-domain level restriction. How could it be so simple? It could be set up immediately. Without resources, it was impossible. Therefore, Yi Xian could not continue to explore this place. It was clearly a simple mission, but he did not expect to trigger a hidden mission. He did not know if this was Yi Xian's luck or if he did not believe it. System, activate the positioning transmission. I want to return to the Kunlun realm. Ding! Transmission activated. Transmission successful. When he came here, Yi Xian had spent a long time on the journey. When the positioning transmission was activated, it happened in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian could not help but want to obtain such an ability. Unfortunately, this was a reward from the system. Of course, the wings of the gods could also do it, but the energy would not allow it. This time, Yi Xian did not turn in the mission. He chose to give up. This was because if he told the Kunlun realm about the situation there would be a large number of disciples rushing over. Then, Yi Xian's exclusive hunting ground would be gone. Of course, this meant that Yi Xian could only look for a new mission. However, he was not in a hurry. This time, he was prepared to try another challenge. Ranking battles. Wasn't it just challenging others? Yi Xian wanted to get on the ranking list. Of course, even though it was said that everyone was on the ranking list, there were still some differences between them. The top 1,000 were called the Kunlun ranking. Everyone who was on the ranking list was a famous genius. The top 1,000 to 10,000 were called the Kunlun ranking, which was not bad. As for those who were not on the top 10,000, no one would care. The Kunlun realm was where all the geniuses of the Kunlun realm gathered. At this time, Yi Xian had not even entered the Kunlun ranking, let alone the Kunlun ranking. This time, Yi Xian was going to challenge the last person on the Kunlun ranking, the 10,000th. Chapter 2293. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, have you heard? There's a newcomer who challenged an expert on the Luin list. Is there something wrong with that guy's head? Keep your voice down. Don't spout nonsense. Let me tell you, that guy is incredible. I heard that the Divine Master favors him, and he has a special relationship with the princess. Oh, so he's just a freeloader. What's there to worry about? 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. Shut up. Do you know who he is? Let me tell you, he's a specially recruited expert. Do you know what a specially recruited expert is? Every specially recruited expert in the Kunlun realm is a peerless genius. Back then, when he participated in the assessment battle, a mere true immortal realm guy actually used domain power. Yes, I heard about it too. That Yi Xian is incredible. It's one thing for him to have an incomparable cultivation talent, but this guy is not only a cultivation genius, but also a divine talisman grandmaster, restriction grandmaster, and alchemy grandmaster. Are you talking about a human? How can anyone be so powerful? Even if it's just a secondary profession, it's impossible to reach the grandmaster level without a lot of resources and extraordinary talent. You're saying that Yi Xian has 3 grandmasters, and his cultivation talent is incredible. I don't believe it. When the news of Yi Xian challenging the Luan list spread, the entire Kunlun realm was in an uproar. Because of Yi Xian's 3 grandmasters and his relationship with the princess, he wasn't a nobody in the Kunlun realm. But now, he had just joined the Kunlun realm, yet he had already challenged the Luan ranking. This caused countless people to be extremely surprised. Some did not believe Yi Xian, while others believed that Yi Xian could do it. In fact, there were even people who started gambling. QWPM, they were betting on whether Yi Xian could win. What's more, these people did not even discuss Yi Xian's opponent. It was as if Yi Xian was the main character, and the Luan list expert was his supporting character. In a pavilion in the Kunlun realm, Wan Tianyu waved his hand angrily. Instantly, an expensive tea table made of special materials turned into powder. In front of him were his 3 good friends. Tianyu, don't mind him so much. This Yi Xian is just a young brat. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. He actually dares to challenge you. I think he's just courting death. Hee, not to the extent of death. If we really kill him, I'm afraid there will be trouble. However, Tianyu, this time, we have to teach that guy a lesson. A mere true God realm guy actually came to challenge the Luan list instead of cultivating properly. Why doesn't he think about it? Only over gods can enter the Luan rankings. What makes him think he can? The few of them kept consoling Wan Tianyu, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Wan Tianyu was Yi Xian's opponent, and his cultivation had attained the low rank of the 6th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Even though he hadn't ascended the Luan rankings for long, he tried over 10 times before he succeeded. Moreover, he possessed a special divine ability. It was just that he did not expect that a mere true god realm actually dared to challenge him. Wan Tianyu had already decided in his heart that he would definitely give Yi Xian an unforgettable lesson. Yi Xian really did not expect that his first challenge would actually become a grand occasion in the Kunlun territory. There was naturally an arena space in the Kunlun territory, and at this moment, there were no empty seats around the arena space. It should be known that the spectator seats around the arena space in the Kunlun territory were specially constructed. To put it simply, the arena space was the center point, and then countless seats were distributed in a circle around it. There were a total of 100,000 seats here. In other words, a total of 100,000 people had come to watch Yi Xian's first challenge match. Normally, even if it was a challenge for the Luan rankings, it would be considered good if there were a few thousand people. Who would have thought that the battle for the last place on the Luan rankings would attract 100,000 people? Of course, there were probably not many people who actually came to watch Yi Xian's match. At this moment, Miyu was saying some words of encouragement to Yi Xian in the spectator seats. As for Kun Buyu, he was watching calmly from the side. I say, Yi Xian, you really won't feel at ease if you don't stir up some trouble, right? You actually went to challenge the Luan rankings so quickly. Good, you're good. Kun Buyu looked at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with mockery. He clearly did not think that Yi Xian could win. Of course, there were probably not many people who thought that Yi Xian could win now. Just look at the betting odds. Those who bet on Yi Xian's victory were 1 to 1,000. His opponent's odds were 1 to 1,000. This difference was enough to prove everything. Yi Xian smiled and did not say anything. No matter how others saw it, Yi Xian knew what he wanted, and that was enough. In fact, Yi Xian had already bet everything he had on himself to win. After the last battle, Yi Xian could be said to be quite poor. Even if Yi Xian took out all the resources he could as collateral, he could only exchange for 3 million divine crystals. In addition to Yi Xian's 700,000 divine crystals from the realm of the gods, Yi Xian bet a total of 3 million divine crystals on himself to win. Yi Xian had previously ransacked Mo Shangji's treasury and the Lin family's treasury. Unfortunately, even with so many resources, it was not enough for Yi Xian to use. Just the last time he set up the restriction of the divine phantom talisman in that half of the domain had already used up most of Yi Xian's resources. Moreover, Yi Xian had previously left most of his resources to Fian and the others. Yi Xian slowly walked into the arena. At this moment, Wan Tianyu was already waiting inside. Yi Xian vs. Wan Tianyu, the challenge officially begins. Following the announcement of a Kunlun elder, the challenge officially began. You're Yi Xian. Humph, kid, you've got guts. Wan Tianyu looked at Yi Xian. Although his heart was filled with anger, there was a mocking smile on his face. Senior brother, please enlighten me. Yi Xian also looked at Wan Tianyu, but there was neither sadness nor joy on his face. Good boy, you're pretending to be profound, right? You're trying to attract the attention of the princess, right? Ha, then I'll let the princess remember your ugly face today, because I'll beat you until your parents won't recognize you. Wind fist, lightning fist. Wan Tianyu attacked as soon as he said he would. His first move was a killing move. The arena was guarded by elders. Although it was not enough to take Yi Xian's life, if this attack hit, then Yi Xian would not have it easy either. Wow, Wan Tianyu actually used his best ability right off the bat. Looks like he was angered by that Yi Xian brat. Discussions broke out in the spectator stands. However, the next scene made them all shut their mouths. Yi Xian did not even move, just casually waving his hand, and an energy wall directly blocked in front of Wan Tianyu. Wan Tianyu's attack was actually so easily blocked by Yi Xian. Chapter 2294. Rain Dance, Thunderous Chain Punch. In an instant, Wan Tianyu's hand seemed to have turned into thousands of copies. In an instant, the shadows of his fists were everywhere in front of Yi Xian. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. This Wan Tianyu walked the path of body cultivation. Therefore, without mentioning anything else, his body's quality was extremely valiant. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up as he lightly said. This time, there's finally something to see. Then, with a wave of his hand, 5 divine talismans appeared in front of him. One of them was activated immediately. That divine talisman exploded in midair. In an instant, countless icicles appeared in front of Yi Xian. These icicles were extremely sharp and hard. They were made of 10,000-year ice. Once the icicles appeared, they immediately attacked Wan Tianyu. The arena of the Kunlun realm didn't have a physical body. It was just an empty space. Hence, Yi Xian and Wan Tianyu both stood proudly in the empty space. However, as the two of them continued to attack each other, a clear dividing line appeared in the space of the arena. Yi Xian's icicles and Wan Tianyu's fists clashed. Due to the continuous explosions, the space was split into 2 halves. Continuous sounds of explosions resounded throughout the entire arena. Humph, kid, is this all you've got? Ha, how dare you challenge me with this little bit of skill? You're overestimating yourself. Wan Tianyu looked at Yi Xian with disdain. On the surface, Yi Xian seemed to be on par with him. However, in Wan Tianyu's heart, Yi Xian was just a guy who didn't know his own limits. Yi Xian frowned slightly. In fact, because this was his first challenge, Yi Xian still had some respect for his opponent. He even addressed him as senior brother. However, if he didn't want to give him face, then, why should he give him face? What did you just say? Yi Xian's aura suddenly changed as he spoke directly to Wan Tianyu. At this moment, Wan Tianyu still didn't know that he had unintentionally angered Yi Xian. He was still clamoring, "Kid, you're just a mere true god ant. How dare you waste my time? Today, I'll show you who's boss." "Show me who's boss." "Very well." Yi Xian attacked. This time, he took the initiative. 1,000 beast sword servants. Flower god sword servants. Kill him. All of a sudden, thousands of divine beasts appeared in the arena. As soon as these divine beasts appeared, they immediately charged towards Wan Tianyu. But was this the end? This was just the beginning. Talisman. Explode. Following Yi Xian's words, 4 divine talismans exploded at the same time. A fire dragon, a giant sword, a divine talisman warrior holding a spear, and countless bolts of lightning attacked Wan Tianyu at the same time. This wasn't the end of it. Yi Xian had already taken out the god-slaying sword and charged out. QWPM boom. 1 slash. Yes, just 1 slash. However, the entire arena space and the entire spectator stands were silent. Yi Xian's slash had knocked Wan Tianyu unconscious. He was knocked unconscious. Not killed. Both were attacks, but killing was much easier than knocking someone unconscious. To kill, one only needed to use all one's strength. However, stun was not the same. Stun required a very good grip. It required precise control of one's strength. As long as one understood the opponent's limit and controlled one's own strength, one could do it. If it was Wan Tianyu who knocked out Yi Xian with a single strike, he might not have such a big reaction. However, the current situation was that Yi Xian sent Wan Tianyu flying with a single strike, causing him to directly faint. Such a huge contrast was unimaginable even in the dreams of many. A portion of the audience, who had been waiting to see Yi Xian make a fool of himself, were stunned. And those who were stunned for a moment, then burst into thunderous applause. No way, how can this guy be so strong? He can knock Wan Tianyu unconscious with a single slash. Yeah, Wan Tianyu is a divine lord, and Yi Xian is just a true god. How is this possible? Did I see wrongly? At this moment, the audience couldn't react. Clearly, Yi Xian and Wan Tianyu had just started fighting. And then, it ended just like that. One move. Just one move. Yi Xian had defeated Wan Tianyu. Countless people were filled with doubts. Now, whether it was those on the rankings or those not on the rankings, they were all dumbfounded. Such a situation was beyond their expectations. Even those who thought that Yi Xian might win felt that it would be a difficult battle. But the result was Yi Xian defeating Wan Tianyu in one move. That elder couldn't react for a long time. After a long time, he finally reacted and announced loudly. Yi Xian challenged Wan Tianyu, and Yi Xian won. Yi Xian replaced Wan Tianyu and took the 10,000th place on the Luan roll. What was this called? Some of the spectators weren't even ready to watch the battle, but the battle was already over. Suddenly, a voice wailed in anguish. Ah, my divine crystals. My divine crystals, I've lost badly this time. Many of the people who had bet on Yi Xian's loss were already regretting it. Some people even suspected that Wan Tianyu had deliberately pretended to lose in order to cheat every one of their divine crystals. Of course, they knew that this was impossible. However, Yi Xian defeating Wan Tianyu in one move was really beyond their expectations, so they could only think that way. After all, no one believed that Yi Xian had such strength. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care at all. Instead, he went straight to the betting area. When he saw Yi Xian, the person who had set up the betting area had a change in expression. Yi Xian had only bet 3 million. How much was 1,000 times 3 million? It could be said that he couldn't afford it at all. Here are all my resources. They are worth about 10 billion divine crystals. Yi Xian, this is all I have. I will return the rest to you in the future. What do you think? Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with this person. To Yi Xian, these resources could only be taken for granted. He didn't care at all. Yi Xian ignored that person's expression. He took the interspatial ring and turned to leave. However, Yi Xian didn't notice that person's sinister gaze. Since he dared to set up a betting area in the Kunlun region, how could he do it if he didn't have some strength? 30 billion divine crystals might not be a small amount, but that was only for people like Yi Xian. In fact, to the big factions, a few billion divine crystals were just for fun. Divine crystals were just the smallest currency unit in the realm of the gods. It was only because it could be used to directly absorb divine power that everyone had been using it for a long time. In fact, there were other currency units above divine crystals, such as astral spirits.